Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. Okay, I got into sewing through my grandma. I used to sit and watch her. She was a dressmaker, and I started off making toys, and then I was dressmaking myself, and from then I've done homeware and children's wear and all sorts of different things in between. I would say my top tip is to be kind to yourself. It's only fabric at the end of the day, and if things do go wrong, then you've always got your quick unpick. My claim to fame is that in 2012 I was a VIP driver with the Olympics, and I met some really interesting people who were very nice, and I'm hoping that I'll meet some very interesting and nice people on Sewing Street too.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this glorious bank holiday morning. Oh, I'm driving up the motorway this morning. What an amazing sunrise. It was just so nice that it was actually light. You just sort of feel like that summer's definitely here. So I hope you're having a great bank holiday. Stay with us all morning. We have got some wonderful things for you today. We've got Jules Mayouf with us, who's got a couple of lovely shows. We've got Yarn Lane, which is always exciting, and some really good offers and deals for you, as well as a competition, even more exciting. So I hope you enjoy your bank bank holiday morning with us, and then in the afternoon you can go out and play, but stay with us this morning. So first off, we have got a very exciting early bird. Here it is. It's the Prim Snaps, and you are saving £5 with this. It's fantastic. So in the box, there we go. You get all of these snaps. Now, there are loads of, how many it does say on the packet, how many there were? 300. 300 in all colours. So if I go into each, there's 10 different colours, but if you go into each of them, you've got all the different pieces you need to create the snaps. So, you know, if you want to put snaps on a bag or a purse, or, you know, just zip pocket, all of those kind of things, just little pockets that you have inside a bag, or clothing, and you don't want to do that, you know, when you have to sew one on and they're not very secure. These are brilliant, and they've got them all in different colours. So you have to have 4 pieces for each snap, but all the bits you need are in there. There's 30 of each of the colours. So you've got white, yellow, orange, red, pink, dark pink, light blue, dark blue, green and black. And then in here as well, you have the little tools that you need for fitting them. Now, you will need the Vario pliers to go with them, which we do have on the website, but this is and they will fit in that part of the box. You've got a beautiful storage box, so you can use this for other things as well. I mean, you could mix all of these colours up and use it because it's really sturdy. Comes with a nice fastening, carry handle, really sturdy, so you could use it for all of your sewing supplies as well, but with a £5 saving. Now, if you've not shopped with us before, your postage and packing is £3.95, and that's all day. So if you buy this now, then you save £5, that's your P&P covered, and then it doesn't matter how much you buy and how many times you check out, you will still get that £3.90. The £3.95 is just once. Between now and midnight, and after midnight you start again. But between now and midnight, it is only £3.95. And with a £5 saving, that's fantastic. So, you know, in the past, I've used loads of different, I tend to use the sort of the snap fasteners that you sew on, but they're just really fiddly and take ages. And these, with a pair of pliers, quickly, boom, gone, and you put them on. And they're just lovely, bright colours. You know, and trying to store all of them would be really, really difficult, wouldn't it? But you've got all of this beautiful, and it's really solid, and it comes with extra dividers as well. So you've got the empty bits here if you want to put the pliers in here, but you can use the extra, the little dividers. So if you want to use it for other things, the extra dividers will go in there, and it has the little tools that are needed. So that's just a brilliant saving, isn't it? £5 off. We've got a really, and nice review from Helen, very good selection of colours and product. It is, I mean, they will go with everything. Also, obviously, they'll go in the washing machine. Fully machine washable, so that's much better, isn't it? Really good box. Now I can find all my snaps, exactly. Because otherwise, where would you put them all? But it is a really solid storage box. And you've got, we've got another one. Super strong and colourful. And on the lid, it's got the grooves, so that the grooves sit on the dividers, so that when you pick it up, you can properly carry it. They won't fall between one and the other, which is really useful, isn't it? So your price today, £27.99, £5 saving for the Prim Colour Snaps box. 300 sets in there. It's quite a lot, isn't it? That is quite a lot, really. You will need, if you've got the pliers already, then that's fine, but you will need the pliers. Now, if you look on the website, just search Vario pliers. We do have those, so if you don't have them already, then you will need those to use these. There they are, £12.99. Just click on Add to Basket. So if you just put into the website at the top, Vario pliers, that's the tool that you need. But obviously, you only need to buy that once. And the saving then on all of these, if you are going to go out and buy 300 sets, if they were just, you know, the sew-on ones. But, you know, they're really just useful if you want, you know, sometimes you just can't be bothered to put a buttonhole in or sew on a snap fastener. Easy peasy. So that's a really good start. That's your bank holiday special. Now, don't forget, when you put something in your basket, you need to remember to check out, because if it's in your basket, it's not necessarily yours until you've checked out. Then it is, your P&P's done, and you're covered for the rest of the day. But that is just one of those fantastic sets that you will find you use over and over again for things that maybe you've got a slip pocket in a bag and things keep falling out of it. You can just quickly pop in a snap, but you can use them for all sorts of things. It's not just homeware, but for clothing as well. So we also also have a competition. Now, the competition has been going, that's why it's not closing, I haven't put the divider in properly. The competition has been going for the whole weekend over the Great Outdoors weekend. So we have got 2 prizes to win this goodie bag. You can shop any time between, if you shop on Saturday up till midnight today, to be entered in the draw to win there's 2 prizes of the goodie bag. So should we have a look inside? So the goodie bags are exactly the same, but they each have a colouring book. One of them will have this lovely bloom colouring book, which is beautiful. It's got velvet pages. Now, we know, don't we, how wonderful colouring is for mindfulness. It's one of the things that, you have to spend so long thinking about and getting all the colours right that it's very good to just relax and use a little bit of your artistic ability. Now, look at this one. That's all velvet there, and then all the edges are velvet. It's beautiful. They're all the pages are perforated, so once you tear them out, once you've coloured in, you can tear them out and then frame them, use as a piece of artwork. So that's one of them, the bloom colouring book. The other one will have the Plant Lady, which is a floral colouring book with succulents and flowers. We'll have a quick look at that. Again, all the pages are perforated, so all you need is some felt tip pens or some colouring pencils. Look at these, and these are all double-sided, so you get twice as many. Anyway, there's loads and loads of different colouring in there. Anybody who shops today will be entered into the prize draw to win that. So you either get the bloom colouring book or the Plant Lady, and then you get, in the goodie bag, which is this beautiful beehive. It's got a little door and bees all the way around, drawstring bag. And inside, we've got Ada. We've got stranded cotton, we've got tapestry needles, sewing thread, we've got fabric, fat quarters, and more thread. So that's your bundle. So anything that you shop anyone who shops between Saturday and midnight today will be entered into the draw. And tomorrow, when John's on air, he's going to be announcing the winners. So you've got 2 chances because there's 2 prizes, but aren't they gorgeous? What a lovely, lovely prize. Right, coming up today is 8 o'clock now. We have got summer-inspired fabric foam. We've got some really lovely fabrics, including some gorgeous Riley Blake and beautiful ripstop for the first time ever on Sewing Street, ripstop fabric. That's now. 9 o'clock, we've got Jules coming on to demonstrate how to make these beautiful flower apron that has been, there's one of them. It's available in 3 colourways. It's all on a panel. It's been designed exclusively for Sewing Street. You can only buy it with us, and there are 3 different colourways that you can buy. Jules is going to show us how to do that at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we are going to do a recap of Flower of the Month, but a little bit different this time. And we've got all the panels, all the flowers. We've got the binding panel to make the full quilt, and I'm going to be showing you how to make a cushion with one of them, and we've got full instructions with that as well. So I've been preparing that this morning, so I'm going to be talking Flower of the Month and also what you can do with them. 11 o'clock, Jules is back with us, and she's going to show us how to make this beautiful embroidered purse. There are some kits that have got the purse frame, the fabric. Isn't that lovely? And she's going to be showing you how to do the embroidery, and also, more importantly, how to put the fabric into the frame to make that beautiful clasp purse. And there's a book there as well that shows you how to make all different clasp purses. So if you like embroidery, or you'd like to know how to mount one of those purses into one of those frames, then 11 o'clock is the hour for you. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got Yarn Lane, and it's all about needlepoint today. Now, some of you call it tapestry needlepoint. Beautiful kits with everything you need to make these big, chunky cushions that is worked in cross-stitch, but with wool. So I'm going to be talking to you about that on Yarn Lane, so don't go anywhere at 12 o'clock because that's going to be a really good one. So, back to floral fabric. So should we start with the Riley Blake? So, we've got a bundle, brand new today. The only way you can get hold of this panel is in the bundle. So the bundle has the panel and 2.5 meters of fabric. So should we have a look at the panel? I'm going to show you the panel because I think this panel is brilliant because it's really, really multi-purpose. we are limited on this because this is brand new to Sewing Street today, but we only have a certain number. So the panel is brilliant because you can use it as it is to just quilt it. You can make yourself a full-size quilt. And it's got these lovely inspirational sayings on it. Oh, happy day. Old-fashioned things like fresh air and sunshine are hard to beat. Find your happy place. It's not all sunshine and lollipops, but a good amount of it actually is. Oh, I like that. Anything is possible. I like that one. You can never have too much happy. Be the sunshine. So obviously with this panel, you can cut it up, you can use it in a quilt. I was having a look online yesterday, and there's quite a lot of people who've used this panel, and then they've worked patchwork squares in amongst it, because you can really make it go a long way, because you've got 12 different squares on here. But if you cut them up and then join them with patch squares, or just squares of fabric, if then prints that go with it, because we've got another couple of fabrics here, you can make a really lovely quilt. Or you can just use the individual ones. You could use these. You'd have a beautiful set of cushions for your outdoor furniture, each one with one of these squares on. You put that in the middle. If you put some border strips around the edge, you could have, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so there's 12 squares, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them I've got quotes on, but you've got 12. You could make a whole set of 12 cushions with this. It's gorgeous. So there's a whole metre there with these lovely quotes, but also you have some things like this lovely star quilt block already made for you. And this one, like a half square triangle quilt block. It's beautiful though, isn't it? It's just really, it's perfect for today, isn't it? It's not all sunshine and lollipops. I love that one. Perfect today. Anyway, so in the bundle, which is £29.97, you get the panel, which is a metre. Well, 90 centimetres, that's nearly a metre. And then you get half a metre of these two fabrics, which are from the same collection. So they coordinate beautifully. So if you wanted to make a quilt from your panel, you could use these for the sort of the borders or the sashing strips, or you could cut the panel up, use each of the squares and use this fabric to go around the borders of them, because it's the same colours and prints as are used in the panel. It's lovely, isn't it? It's got a really nice, very sort of not bright white, but a soft ivory background. And the flowers are all in a lovely scarlet and a gentle blue, but then quite a nice mustardy yellow. But it's beautiful. So this one is available by the half metre, but at the moment, if you want to buy it with the bundle, because the only way of getting the panel is to buy the bundle. So you get half a metre of this one in the bundle and half a metre of this one. And I really like this one because it's like a miniature version of the panel in that. All of this one's called Oh Happy Day Sunshine Cream, but all of those quotes and motifs are all smaller, but in here. So you've got the butterfly, you've got Oh Happy Day, Be the Sunshine, you've got little bees, sunshine. It's almost like children's drawings, but refined a bit. I like the Oh Happy Day. So it's perfect, obviously, to use with the panel and the other half metre, but it's a lovely fabric as well if you want to use it maybe for children's dresses. It would look nice, or even an adult's dress to cheer yourself up, but it'd be really good for fussy cutting as well. So if you wanted to put a little quote on something, you could just cut out Be the Sunshine or the Oh Happy Day, or you could cut out the butterfly, because it's got that kind of free motion embroidered effect, and then you've got like a running stitch that's coming around from all the bees. So really useful for if you do, maybe you're into FPP or applique, a really good one to fussy cut, but it's a beautiful fabric. Now it's Riley Blake fabric, so it's your normal quilting weight cotton, and it's 112 centimetre, 44 inches width. But because it's Riley Blake, it's beautiful. It has a lovely drape and it's really soft. So although it's a quilting fabric, it's really good for dressmaking as well. I mean, wouldn't that make the prettiest summer blouse? Or just a pretty apron, napkins. Be lovely for if you wanted to do some sewing for your outdoor or for picnics. It'd make lovely little napkins, or those little cutlery holders, or if you wanted to line a picnic basket with it, it'd be really pretty, because it's got a real nod to quilting, hasn't it, with the sort of the star quilt block as well. So that's the bundle, £29.97. you get half a metre of the 2 fabrics and the panel as well. So and these are brand new today. Now, if you've not shopped with us before, or if you're new to us, well, welcome to the Sewing Street family. It's lovely to see you today. Really nice to have you with us. If you haven't shopped with us before, there are a couple of ways of doing it. The simplest way is to go onto the website, www.sewingstreet.com. There it is there. Now, if you click on Watch Live, which I'm there, and then scroll down, everything that I'm talking about, all the items today, are there on pre-order. That makes it a lot easier. You haven't got to search the website for what I'm talking about. So if we scroll down, you can see all the items that are on sale today. Then we've already got them on pre-order. We've had loads of people asking about the ripstop. This is the first time we have ever sold ripstop, and I love ripstop. We'll be talking about that in a minute. So if you don't want to miss out on the ripstop, because I know it's going to be popular, it's all on pre-order. So you just scroll down, click add to basket, but then don't forget to check out, because it's not yours until you've checked out. Add it to, but you can check out once, twice, 20 times, 300 times in a day. You will still only get charged the 1 P&P of £3.95 that finishes at midnight. But if you'd rather talk to a human being, you can call the call centre. There's the number 0800 001 4433. It's a UK-based call centre. Well, in fact, it's just down the road from us. They're really helpful. So if there's something you've seen on air and you can't remember what the code was or what the colour was, they're very helpful. They'll be able to help you with your order, and then they will be able to take your order over the phone and take your card details if you would prefer to do that rather than shop on the website. Totally up to you. Now, the ripstop, I'm not surprised, has been incredibly popular on pre-order. Should we have a look at the ripstop? I'm going to just get a little look. Look at this. Now, on some of the colours, half of the stock has already gone. So it's already on pre-order. If you want the ripstop. Now, ripstop, should we open the pink one? Because that's the loveliest colour. Look at this. Woo! Look how wide it is. I think it is 150 centimetres. Sure it is. Should we measure it just to be sure? Oh, I don't want to give you the wrong measurement. So just to be sure, I think it's probably 150. Let's get my tape measure. Oh, so 145 to 150. Well, I'm going to be... Yeah, it is 150 wide. Now, the best thing about this, it's lightweight, but it's waterproof. So I'm thinking the backing for your picnic blanket, the lining for your wash bag, or maybe you've made a lunch bag for when you go back to work and you want to line it with something. It's waterproof, but it's very, very lightweight. So if you wanted to put it on a picnic rug or inside, like a bag that you take for picnics, anything that you need to keep waterproof, or wash bags, toiletry bags, all that sort of thing. Very lightweight, but it's very, very strong, and it's waterproof. And it is available in loads of colours. I've never seen it. Normally this ripstop stuff is available in like navy and black, and that's it. But maybe you want to line your picnic basket. Be brilliant for that, wouldn't it? Table mats, if you wanted to make table mats and put some on the back because you worried about things or spilling through and then marking your table, would be great for that. So we have got all of these beautiful colours, and they are all available on pre-order at the moment. So how much are they, Paul? £1.99 for half a metre. Now remember, if you haven't shopped with us before, some of our fabrics, if our fabrics are available by the half metre, that means that they are cut to order. So we don't sell them as half metre pieces. So if you love the bright yellow ripstop, but you want 3 metres of it, because you're making loads and loads of different things, then just put that number of units. So if you want 3 metres, put 6 in your basket. You will be sent it as one whole piece. You won't be sent 6 half metres. You will be sent a whole 3 metre piece. So let's do it, because we keep talking about it. Let's get, rather than coming back to it, now we're going. So you will be sent it as a whole piece. So if you do need more than half a metre, it will be all cut to order. We have a warehouse over the road where all our fabric lives. Loads of lovely people there, all with their rotary cutters and their cutting mats, who cut all your fabric to order. We have got so many colours here. Don't even know where to start. Should we just start at one end? Start with black. So there we go. This is the black one. Again, remember the ripstop fabric is, you know, things like lining anoraks. Really good for any sort of clothing that you want to do like that. Or, you know, in fact, I mean, I talk about lining it, but maybe you wanted to make just something a really quick and easy drawstring bag for PE. You could just use this. You don't have to use it as a lining fabric. Very strong, really, really strong. Sews through really well. Make sure you've got a nice sharp needle in your machine. Sews through beautifully. It is £1.99 for half a metre. And often, you know, when we say to, well, what do you use for waterproofing? Oh, you can use an old shower curtain. The problem with using shower curtains is, depending on the quality of them, they do tend to sort of warp, and if they go, I mean, you can't iron these, but you can press them if you put a cloth on top with a very gentle iron. With some of the shower curtains, even when you do that, they start to melt. It has this sort of almost like a grid pattern on it, which you can't really see very well on the black. I'll show you with one of the other colours. But it is extremely strong. And look, it packs away so small. That's this is just half a metre. So that's the black. Which one next? So bottle green. That's perfect for your sort of green tartan picnic mats. That's like a real sort of racing green, that one. It's called bottle, but I'd call that racing green. Wow. We've got people shopping, putting 6 units after 3 metres of this, because it is fantastic stuff, isn't it? It's so cheap. So cheap. Affordable. It's not cheap, it's affordable. It's extremely good value for money. And it's just brilliant to have. What I would do is I would buy a few colours and get like half a metre in each, so that when you're making your wash bags and your toilet bags or anything like that you want to keep waterproof, you've got it there already. Maybe you just want to put a pocket in a normal bag, but you might be putting some wipes in there or some hand gel or a bottle of water. You could just make the pocket, the internal pocket from it. You could even make a jacket from it. Because as I said, it doesn't have to be a lining. It can be an outer as well. Right, what colour next, Paul? Bright pink. We have 2 pinks, so there's the bright pink. You can see the grid on that slightly, so you can see what the sort of quality of it. We've had so many people asking for this. This is the first time we have ever had it on there today. Yeah, this is very bright. Is that the right one? Yes, it is. That's the right code. So you can vaguely sort of see the grid on it. So this is just like if you buy a lightweight waterproof jacket, it will often be lined with this ripstop fabric. It's probably used for something like hot air balloons or something. I wonder what it's normally used for. But you have, yeah, don't make a hot air balloon. I think that's a good idea. Might melt. Not sure what they use for those. That is the cerise. That's a beautiful bright pink. But it's a really good fabric to have in your stash because you will use it for loads of things. So that's the bright pink. Next. See, half of the stock of the cerise. Multi-purpose dark. I wonder what multi-purpose dark is. No, it's not that one. That's a very strange one. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, this is like charcoal. Again, I mean, look at the width of it. Look at it. Brilliant for fancy dress, isn't it? Depending what you were going to go as. If you were going to go as a thundercloud, this one would be brilliant, wouldn't it? You never know when you've got to go to a fancy dress party as a thundercloud. But I'm just thinking PE bags, or, you know, if you're making lots of little bags and things for fetes and schools, you could just, in fact, if you use this, because it's waterproof, you could just put turn the top over to make a casing, put a bit of cotton tape through. You've got a really quick and easy PE bag, or even put a cotton casing around the top. Next. If you're getting this, remember we are selling, this is really, really limited. Which one? Light blue is the most. Right, so if everyone checks out on this light blue, we are sold out. So if you've got it in your basket, remember I said at the beginning, if it's in your basket, it's not necessarily yours. If you go to the toilet in the supermarket, someone can take stuff out of your basket. If you've checked out, they can't, because then you can go and claim it back. But you need to check out. So once everyone checks out of this light blue, it's sold out. So if you want it, £1.99, half a metre. And do you know what? It doesn't fray. That's what I think is brilliant. Look at that. It's cut edge, no fraying. Absolutely perfect. If you manage to get the light blue, because you're going to a fancy dress party as a cloud, well done. Lime. Oh, now I like the lime one. And when they say lime, it really is lime. Look at the colour of this. This, I tell you what, this would be good for. It is so luminescent, fluorescent. Be great for clothing, for cycling or running, if you wanted to make a little jacket, or just use it to sew some stripes. I mean, it's not glow in the dark, but it is super bright. It would be brilliant for anyone who wanted to be seen. You know, maybe you've got to make some little tabards for kids for school where they need to be seen because they're out on the roads, or, you know, you're a cyclist. You could just even, you know, sewing stripes onto a black jacket with this. It is so bright. It's gorgeous. I mean, it isn't glow in the dark. It's not that sort of stuff, but it is so bright. I love that. And I think also if you're making something and you want to have a bit of a colour, so maybe you've got a wool blanket and you like to use it for picnics, but it's not waterproof. Get some of this, measure it up first. Remember, this is 150 centimetres wide, 60 inches. You could quite easily back it. Because it doesn't fray, just sew it around the edges. But you choose a colour that's a bit brighter. Maybe you've got a picnic blanket that's really subtle tones. Get a bright pink. Let us know what you're going to use it for. There's so many different things that you can use this stuff for. That's why I would recommend getting some and putting it into your stash. And then you'll suddenly realise what you want to use. This is navy. Half the stock of the navy is gone. This is a very serious colour. Brand new today. £1.99. Remember, we cut to order. If you want more than half a metre, put that number of units. If you want 7 metres, put 14 units in your basket. You will be sent it all as a cut piece. You could even make a shower curtain with it. And then what you could do is cut out all little shapes as well. You could have a whole fish scene all over it. If you bought, well, I like this one. Have we got this one next? This one's like royal blue. Have you got royal blue? Ends in 490. Right, royal blue. Imagine making a shower curtain. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? And then buy a few half metres of other colours. If this is in your basket and you haven't checked out, we can't go. There's more people with this in their baskets than have actually checked out. I would multi-buy it. Because I've got some really nice woolen sort of tartan blankets that I'd like to use for picnic rugs, but I can't because they're not waterproof. This is your answer. Next. I'm going to go white. Should we go white? Yes. Ah, the white one has sold out. Oh, that's interesting. Half a metre left of the white. One of you can have some more white. No, that's gone now. Yellow. Oh, this is very sunshine, isn't it? So if you've got some, you know, if you've got like you're making a jacket and it's, you know, a navy, quite serious, get yourself a bright yellow ripstop waterproof lining. I always think you should line things in a colour that's just a surprise. It's like putting a pocket in a dress or something. Put it in a fabric that's a surprise. It's just a little pop of colour. That's very sunshine. That'd be nice on your shower curtain. Purple. Oh, this is lovely. This is a really luscious, rich, almost jewel type purple. Really lovely. Let me just check the code on that one. It does. But it's a very imperial purple. That's a beautiful colour. So if you've missed out on the navy or the royal blue, if that's gone, then the purple's a great alternative. Because it's quite a deep purple. It's not your bright purple. It's very imperial. Lots of new buyers today. Well, welcome, welcome. I'm glad that you're with me today on this bank holiday. So we can spend all morning talking about sewing and then we can go and skip and play in the sunshine afterwards. And this one is pink. Pale pink. Ends in 01. Oh, this one sold out. Well, there's half a metre, so one person can have the pale pink. Orange. Now, again, is this one sold out? Again, if you're thinking of making something super bright, maybe you're a cyclist, you're a runner, you want to put a bit of it on your bike, put it on your lunch bag, this is a really bright. It isn't glow in the dark, it's not reflective, but it is super bright, like the green. Look at those two together. Look at that, super bright. You could sew it together in stripes. But at £1.99 for half a metre, it's not bad, is it? And those prim snaps that that I had on for the early bird, they would be perfect because there's so many colours in there. So if you were making bags or pockets or things with this, you could use those prim snaps on them. Silver, which is just pale grey really. That's elephant grey. If everyone checks out of the silver, it's gone. But we hopefully, as it's so popular, we will get it back in stock. And then finally red. Red, can't go wrong with red, can you? Looks lovely with navy, that one, doesn't it? It's a really nice red as well. It's a bluey red rather than an orangey red. It's nice. Perfect for camping. All those things that get wet, that you just want to waterproof. Bit of ripstop. And what I love about it is so thin. It is so lightweight, but incredibly strong. We've had a little message from Anne-Marie. Hi, I made a little doggy coat with bright pink and lined it with fleece. She was very visible. What a great idea. That's ideal for dog coats because it is so lightweight, you know, and if you have these, well, you can get knitted dog coats, you can get fleece ones, but the one that I have for my dog is just waterproof because I just use it to keep it a bit drier. But if you want to make something, but you don't really want to add the weight to it, particularly for a dog, this is perfect. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for your message. That's a great idea. Please do let me know what you've done with yours because there's so multi-purpose. It's one of those things that we buy and then you get all the ideas of everybody else what you can do. I will give you an update as we carry on. If everyone checks out of the red, we've sold out. So once you've, we'll give you an update during the hour, but if you do want the ripstop, you need to check out. Right, we'll go back to Riley Blake. So we also, if you want the panel, you have to buy it in the bundle. That's the way it works. So £29.97, that is the whole bundle where you get the panel and a half a metre of the patterned one. Should we have a look at that? And then you get a half a metre of the print one. But if you want to buy these just in the half metre, we do have them in as exactly like the ripstop. If you want more than half a metre, just put the units in your basket and then we will cut it to order. So if you want 4 metres of this for a nice long maxi summer dress, put 8 units in your basket. Make a nice maxi dress though, wouldn't it? Or a shirt, nice man's shirt. Or lightweight summer pyjamas would be very nice, little nightie. But I'm thinking napkins. Line your picnic basket with this, make some little napkins, although I would make the napkins in the other one. So £7.49, it's a real quality fabric. It's got, well, you can see, it's got a beautiful drape and it's really, really soft. And then the other one is, oh, I thought I'd lost, oh no I didn't. Hang on, I've got to stick the sticker back on. If we lose the codes, we've had it. We'll be here till midnight trying to work out what fabric goes in what bag. This one, love this one. This one has been more popular on the pre-order. So I would make napkins with this one. It's just a real statement one. It's a little whimsical, it's got humour. I love fabric with a bit of humour. I love all of the little sayings on this sort of thing you'd have, and then you could use it to cut out all the symbols. I like all the star patchwork on it, and the butterflies and the bees and all the trails and all these little signs. Be the sunshine. It's lovely, isn't it? £7.49 for half metre. And as I said before, if you want more than half a metre, you need to put more than the units into your basket. If you want 1.5 metres, put 3 units in your basket. we also have three more. I love Riley Blake fabric. It's always cheerful and pretty, Riley Blake. So we've got one that's flowery berry. Which one is that one? The red one. Okay. The berry one. So this is available by the half metre. Again, this is Riley Blake fabric. It's got a really lovely sort of cerise fuchsia pink background. And then beautiful flowers with berries. That's why it's called flowery berry. Really pretty, but very, very summery. It's a very hot pink. Perfect. Again, although it is quilting weight fabric, it's perfect for dressmaking and homeware as well. Very posh tote bag. Make a tote bag from half a metre. And it is beautiful quality. I think with these sort of designer quality fabrics, you do get what you pay for because they are beautiful and really soft. And when you, as many of you will know, when you're working with quality fabrics, when you are pressing them and sewing them and seaming them, they just work better because they're soft and much easier to sort of use as bindings and to stretch around seams. Lovely. The next one, blue one, same fabric but blue. So they go together beautifully. If you're making something that you want to line, then you can get the two. So that's the graphic for that one there, £7.49 for half a metre. But if you wanted that to go as a lining with that one, don't they look lovely together? Because the pink in here is picked up in the pink in there. And I think sometimes it's nice to buy fabric in pairs like this because one will always go with the other because it's the same print. Aren't they lovely together? Very nice. And then we've got one more Riley Blake, which actually, brand new today. I'll show you that one, but you can see that the gold, it's a lovely, really nice sort of all over small print of little triangles with spots, but really nice to use as borders and sashings for things or just little details because it's a low volume print, so it goes really well. Now, if you've bought one of the other two Riley Blake fabrics, if I lay it beside it, you can see that the gold in the flowers is the same as the gold in here. So it's a really nice complementary fabric to have with it. Right. Right, let me just fold these up so we don't get confused. The ones with the boats. Look at that, it's very neat now. Very neat. This one, look at these. So we've got a mixture of fabrics, ice creams, coffee pots, bicycles, book stationery, dogs and swimmers. Let's start with the swimmers. I love the blue in the background of this fabric. It's a beautiful like 1950s shade of blue, really strong. And then you've got all these people like a man sitting on a rock and a lady and somebody diving and swimming. It's lovely, isn't it? I mean, it's just, it does feel a bit, it'd be really nice for children's clothing or children's bags, but actually I think it's a really fun fabric. I'd wear that as a dress. I think that's really lovely. And the blue is really like a 1950s blue. And it has that sort of feel to it as well. Simple Pleasures on blue. £6.99. Right, next one. Should we do ice creams next? Okay, sorry, Paul. I'm not allowed to do ice creams next. Got to do dogs. Right. Let's do dogs. Now the dogs, again, I love the backgrounds on these fabrics. I need to put it around. Really popular with you on pre-order. This has got a sort of a goldy yellow colour background, but it's very vibrant. A bit, like see how well they go together. It's that kind of vibrant background. You've got all sorts of dogs on here. Boxers, Dalmatians, Corgi, Poodle, blue dogs. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a blue dog. Sausage dog. Sausage dog. Puppy. Is that a beagle, I think? I think it might be a beagle. I think that is a French bulldog. A little poodle. That's lovely, isn't it? Perfect for dog bags, dog beds. Anything to do with dogs. or anyone who loves dogs. If you want a cushion, if you want to make a cushion for your dog to sit on the chair, so that's your cushion, stop sitting on the sofa. Or a little blanket, perfect for anyone who loves dogs or for dogs. Next. Coffee pots. They have really thought, I love, well, you can tell it's a collection of fabrics, can't you? Simple Pleasures by Naomi Wilkinson. But the colours in the backgrounds, they are very 50s. This is very 50s fabric, isn't it? The lovely coffee pots. Do you remember when you used to have to go to the Little Chef and they used to do this coffee and you thought you were quite posh because it was filter and it wasn't instant. And now nobody has that anymore, do they? I've got one of those steam coffee pots. You've got all different sorts of coffee. You've even got cafetières, bit more modern. But isn't that lovely? Any of your kitchen makes. Lovely for sort of the drawstring bags you have to put your carrier bags in the kitchen, or oven gloves or table mats and napkins. All kitchen makes is perfect for, because it's got a really lovely, soft sort of salmony pink background. Cafetière cosy. Love that one. Make a little, you know, maybe you know somebody who loves coffee, buy them some posh coffee beans or some espresso powder and make a little gift bag with that. Love this one. Now this is a summer dress. I would like a summer dress in that. Look at that. Oh, I'm always upside down. Fab lollies, mint choc chip, Twizzlers and rocket lollies. That's got to be a lemonade sparkle, I think. But I'm not sure what that one is. Have you ever seen one of those? Don't know what that one is, but I love a fab. That's really fun. The background of it is a French navy rather than your really dark midnight navy. It's more of a French navy. But again, it's using that 50s colour palette. Really classic, isn't it? All of the fabrics in this collection are gorgeous together. And also, again, you know, you don't have to use it as the whole meterage. You can use it for a plique. You can cut. This one's the most popular in the collection. Put a bit of Bonder web on the back, applique to that to the front, make a little purse for somebody. I always think, you know, you can buy somebody quite an inexpensive present. If you make them a little zip purse or a drawstring gift bag with it, it always looks better. Now, this is really nice quality fabric. It's very, very soft as well. It's Figo Fabrics, though. Figo Fabrics is good quality. And then we've got bicycles. We're not on that one. We're on this one. Bicycles will come up with it. Now, this is great for your book bag, isn't it? When you go back to your book group and you want a little tote bag, perfect for that. You've got lots of books all over it, sellotape, pencils. But also, if you wanted to cover a book, cover a notebook, this is perfect for it. It's really soft, though. Figo Fabrics is a really nice quality make. It's got that lovely 50s colour palette, but it's very, very soft. But there's Alice in Wonderland on the book. Sherlock Holmes, I think. That one's Sherlock Holmes. Alice in Wonderland. Batman? Or some murder mystery. Moby Dick? Could be Dracula, couldn't it? But lovely for covering a book or for book bag or any of your sort of homewares. Nice little cushion for you for corner of the living room for where you sit and do your reading. Nice in a conservatory. And then the last fabric in this collection is the bicycle fabric. It's a really nice sort of reddy brown background, more like a rust brown, with bicycles over it from all sorts, from your chopper bike. Do you remember the chopper bike? I always wanted one of those. All the boys in the road had a chopper bike. I never did. You've got a nice ladies' bike with the basket. They haven't got a tandem though. All sorts of bicycles. Nice. That's lovely, that one, isn't it? I do like the feel of these fabrics. They're all very well. It's called Simple Pleasures, this collection. It really is, isn't it? Reading, eating ice creams, drinking coffee, walking your dog, swimming and cycling. Very simple pleasures. Oh, we've got some information. You can buy this. I didn't know you could buy this as an entire bundle. I've just said how lovely they are together. £41.89 for the whole bundle. Full 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And because they're all the same colour palette, What a fantastic quilt. Now, I think this is, because it's bank holiday, this is your picnic quilt, isn't it? It's all the simple pleasures. It's all the lovely things that you do. Or, you know, a quilt to lay on the bed or a throw for the sofa, because they're all really quite unusual designs, but the palette is the same in all of them. So they'll go together beautifully. All you need is a bit of ripstop on the back. Just cut them in squares. You don't even need to do anything fancy. Join them all together, bit of ripstop on the back, and you've got the most amazing talking piece of a picnic blanket. People go, oh, where'd you get that from? You go, well, just something I knocked up this weekend. So all of them together, £41.89. We do have other fabrics as well. Other fabrics are available. I've got ice creams. Love these two. Orange and yellow. So orange. Now, they're not very big, the ice creams, so they're quite good as an all-over print as well, if you just want something. So from a distance like that, they're just like little spotty, but when you get in closer, they're ice creams. Now, this is Figo fabrics as well. What are they called? Oh, this is by Dana Willard, made every day. This fabric's called Squeeze. Squeeze. So lovely, lovely, bright, vibrant orange background with the ice creams. And we also have the same fabric, but in yellow. So if you fancy some ice cream fabrics for a lovely bank holiday. And remember, this fabric, because it's available by the half metre, this is cut to order. So if you want a metre, put 2 units in your basket. So if you, I mean, it's not often easy to get the right yellow. This is a really lovely sunshine yellow is the only way I can describe it, really. And then the ice creams are in white on the background. But if you want both of them, look how nicely they go together. Really lovely. So if you want a pop of orange and a bit of yellow together, those are great for the sort of bright summery fabrics. Right, now we've got these are the extra wide backings, aren't they? Next. So we have a selection of 4 extra wide backings, and I'm going to go on the rainbow one. These are perfect for obviously backing quilts because you don't have to join them. They are 270, look, that's half of it. They are 270 centimetres. Look how wide. This is just half a metre, by the way, because obviously you buy it. But look, it keeps going. Look how wide it is. So these are perfect for the backs of quilts. I love this one because it's like rainbow diagonal stripes. And then you don't have to join it. But also perfect for bedding. So if you want to make duvet covers or sheets or pillowcases, you get loads. But maybe you're making things for craft fairs or fetes or school fetes, that sort of thing. You've got a lot of fabric here. So for £12.99 for half a metre, you've got more than twice the width than you would get in normal quilting fabric. So you have got a lot of fabric here. So that's really good. So maybe you want to make a load of drawstring bags just simply for a school fete. I love the way that the stripes are going diagonally. So do you know what? This would be perfect for bias binding because you could cut along the stripes. They're already printed on the bias and then you'll get straight stripes. And you don't often get that, do you? If you want to cut on the bias and it's a striped fabric, then they go the other way. But because these are already cut, you don't even need to work out the 45-degree angle. But that's lovely, isn't it? I just think if you, all for, you know, obviously traditionally it's used for quilt backing. If you've spent all that time making your quilt, then why not have some fun backing with it as well? What you can do as well, if you want to make something waterproof, but you don't want the slipperiness of the ripstop on the back, is you can put your quilt front, then your wadding, then your ripstop, and then the quilt backing, and then it makes it waterproof, but you can have fabric as well. So there's always lots of alternatives. So the next one is the one with the hearts. Oh, do you mean the one with words on? Oh, I like this. So this is unusual. You don't often see extra wide backing that's got words all over it. Oh, this is great. This because, I mean, yes, obviously you could use it to back a quilt, but there's so many sayings here. You can use this for loads and loads of things. So if you're making something for a friend, this is perfect. Life is better with friends. One true friend adds to our happiness. A friend is one of the nicest things you can have and one of the best things you can be. Friendship isn't a big thing, it's a million little things. Friends are important because they are there when no one else is. A true friend is the person who can safeguard your deepest secrets. Yeah. Tempting though, tempting, but that's true. Yeah, it's like sewing street, isn't it? Our friend, your sewing friend. Because you're our sewing friends. Because a lot of us don't, I don't have many sewing friends actually. Most of my friends don't sew. Do most of your friends sew? Because mine don't. So we're your sewing friend. You will never walk alone. So this is ideal, obviously, for quilt backing. Make a nice duvet cover that though, wouldn't it? Or if you wanted to make something for a friend. But it's just quite unusual you don't normally see them with the print on. Now we've got two that are white that, well, they're both sort of swirly. Okay, this one's more swirly. So this is white, but it does have a white swirly pattern on it. Now I tell you what, if I open it up, you can sometimes see it if you just look at it single layer. It's quite nice. It's like a plain white, but with the texture. So if you can get close into that, you can see it's got like a scribbled all over. Oh, you can see that really well now. A sort of a scribbled all over texture. So if you want that white backing, but you want a bit of pattern in it, lovely for bed linen though. Pure cotton white bed linen, and at £12.99 for half a metre. And remember, this is a fabric that we cut to order, so if you want 4 metres, put 8 units in your basket, you will be sent it as a whole piece. So that's the white swirly whirly one. It's very difficult to fold up because it is extremely wide. Right, the next one that we've got is the most limited. I do have to fold it up, otherwise I can't get any more on my table. Run out of space. Right, getting there. And then the final one, this is the one of the backings that's the most limited. Again, this is your white background, but this has got I'll open it up so you can see. It's got like a spotty swirl. It's like waves, but they're made up of little spots. The two fabrics go together really well. Obviously, they're the same colours. Right. Tulip pink. We've got a beautiful tulip pink thread box, which is, we only have a few of these left. Only 4, actually. So we thought we'd bring them to you today because they are beautiful colours. And 2 of them are in baskets. So if you want, this one. The Tula Sunrise Aurifil collection. Now, if you've never used Aurifil before, you have got a treat in store because it's amazing, amazing sewing thread. Makes a massive difference. I didn't quite believe it when I first used Aurifil thread, but it is amazing. It doesn't fluff and bubble in your machine. Although it's the same weight as normal sewing thread, it sort of feels lighter. It sits within your stitching rather than sitting on top. Perfect for seams and for decorative stitching as well. And in this pack, you have got 20 threads. Look at the colours. I mean, if you know Tula Pink, you know she's famous for her choice of bright, beautiful colours. And you get 20 reels. £66.99. But you have got, there's 100% cotton, 50 weight, there's 220 yards on each spool. They're lovely, aren't they? And they come in nice little boxes, so you could keep one and give one to a friend. We've also got another Aurifil collection here called the Great British Quilting Collection. Curated by the Sarah Ashford Studio and the Sydney Rose Designs. So, these are the Great British Quilters. Jo Avery, Lucy Brennan, Carolyn Forster, Lynn Goldsworthy, Kerry Green, Katie Jones, Florence Knapp, Karen Lou Orth and Jenny Smith. They are the Great British Quilters, aren't they? And together, they have put together these 12 beautiful colours. So when everyone is checked out, we only have one of these left. And one of them is variegated. But the other Aurifil. But if you just want a little Aurifil, we have a little one. Should we see if we can open it and take them out? Now, these ones, these are pure cotton thread. 5 small spools, 220 yards on each spool. And these are 50 weight. Now 50 weight is your normal sewing weight. So this is for seaming, quilting. It's not your lighter weight, and it's not your thread for your top stitch. This is your normal seaming and hemming weight fabric. Fabric thread even. We've got one more thing because we're about to run out of time. Hang on, I've just got to get these back in, but they're rolling about. Otherwise we'll lose them and we'll be in all sorts of trouble. Right, finally, my final thing is this fat quarter bundle. Moda. Can't beat Moda fat quarter bundle. Isn't that lovely? So, in here we have, I can't read it on there how many we've got. I don't really want to open it. 30 Moda fat quarters. Now look at the colours. You've got creams to lime greens, corally peaches, grey, aqua, turquoise, purple, and then really nice, like a dark brown but a charcoaly brown. 30 fat quarters. Right, I've got an update on the ripstop. We have got left, which colours do we have left, Paul? He's just checking. We've got orange left. Only a few, but these are the ones we have. So if you haven't got your ripstop yet, put it in your basket and check out, because we are going to sell out. £1.99, only £1.99 for half a metre. That's ridiculous, isn't it? That's amazing stuff. Doesn't fray, doesn't tear, waterproof. What other colours do we have? Orange, black. Oh, they're nice. Wasp. You could be a wasp with those. Orange and black. Bottle green. Doesn't look very bottle green there, but it is. It's more like a racing green. Very classic, that one. Then we've got dark grey. Remember, the stock that we do have of these colours is very limited, but if you do want the ripstop, you really need to get it now because it is selling out very, very fast. Is that it? Is that the only colours we've got left? Oh, wow. Everything else is in basket. So honestly, if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. But do have a look, because people do put in their basket and don't check out. So have a look on the website. If it's still there, then grab it now. Remember, if you want more than half a metre, put the number of units you want in your basket and you will be sent it as a whole cut piece. Anyway, thank you for joining me for the fabulous summer fabrics. We've got coming up in a couple of minutes, we've got Jules who's going to show us how to make this beautiful apron. It's all on a panel, all printed. All you have to do is cut and sew. You don't have any pattern pieces or anything. So Jules will be this in a couple of minutes and going to show us how to make that apron that's available in 3 colourways. So I'll see you back here in 2 minutes time.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
And welcome back to Sewing Street to Apron Hour. Look, I've put the apron on. Isn't it beautiful? Look, it has ties on the back, ties around the neck. It's got this extra little bit. You could do what you like with it, but Jules has made hers into a little ruffle. It's got pockets and, well, you can't see the length of it, but there it is. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, we have got, there it is on the model. I just thought I'd wear it to show you how lovely it is on the model, on the dressmaking dummy. It's the model. But I'm wearing it instead. I'm going to be the apron model. It's really nice, actually. It'd be quite a nice sewing apron. I like it because the top is you just tie it in, the strap at the top, but it's nice and high, isn't it? And it covers round. That's what I like. I don't like aprons that just sort of come here. But I like a bit of hip coverage. Look how wide it comes around there. See? So this is available. It's totally exclusive, designed for us, for Sewing Street. Only available today, first time ever. And we have it in 3 colourways. Now, the one that I've got on here is the navy. It is the most popular. Now, let me show you the size of this panel. So it's the hedgerow apron. Now, this is just 1/2. Everything you need. So there's the whole apron. Now, how simple is that? No patterns, no cutting out of patterns, pinning them to fabric. You just cut round it. So in the centre, we've got beautiful hedgerow flowers. We've got buttercup, anemone, fern, daisy, bluebells. And then round the edge, we've got smaller versions of those all around the edge of it. Right, that's just 1/2 of the panel. So I'm going to open it up. And here's the other half of the panel. Now, remember, you can't get these anywhere but on Sewing Street. Now, look at that. So here we've got the hidden pocket. The reason it's called a hidden pocket is because the print on the pocket goes down through, is exactly the same as the print on there. So if you don't put the ruffle on, it's not a hidden pocket because it's got a ruffle on. But if it didn't have the ruffle on, it matches up with the print on the front exactly. So that it is a hidden pocket. But that's the pocket outer, but there's also a lining for it as well. And then all of these pieces, side tie, necktie, necktie. And then you've got an extra strap. Now, Jules has used that as the ruffle, but you could use that. Maybe you'd want the necktie in the lighter print. That's up to you. All the instructions are also, there's no extra, anything extra you need. They're all printed on the panel for you with the diagram of how you do it. So everything that you need is on this one panel. $17.99. It's massive, isn't it? Absolutely massive, the whole thing. Really simple. Now, this is a fantastic, If you just want to make an apron, it's brilliant, really easy to do. Brilliant gift for somebody. If you know someone maybe who's new to sewing, this is quite a good thing to start off with, an apron, because it's quite simple sewing. Or if you want to make someone an apron, £17.99. So that's the navy one. Could even be good for, doesn't have to just be for indoors, it could be for sewing, for crafting, for gardening, for barbecuing, be really good for. So that's the navy one. That's the most popular so far. The next one that I've got is, what is this one called? Green, just green. So exactly the same design, but in a different colour. It's quite a gardening apron, this one, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? It's a very soft, sagey type green. Again, you've got all the flowers in the centre, and then you've got the smaller versions of the flowers around the edge. You have also the hidden pocket here, because the hidden pocket, you can see if I show you side by side, that sits on top of here so that you can't see it at all. But you don't have to add the pocket in. That's entirely up to you. I mean, to be honest, if you didn't add the pocket, the lining, lovely little wash bag. Put the two together, bit of zip across the front. That could be the front, that could be the back, if you don't want a pocket. And then obviously you've got all the side ties and the neck ties, and then an extra lighter piece strip there. Brand new today. We've had it created for us, especially for Bank Holiday Monday, because it is the day. It is the day for buying aprons. It's known. It's nice as well that you get the instructions on there. Just makes it a bit simpler, doesn't it? So, because to make an apron, it's quite a simple make anyway, so you don't need loads and loads of instructions and walk-through photos and everything. So it's just got all the simple instructions on there. And then the final colour is pink. Well, it's not called pink, it's called blush. Blush. Let me open this one out so you can see that colour. Nice. So that one's called blush. So this is a very soft pink. But the flowers look quite different on the different colours as they stand out, you know, because all the prints are the same, but they look different with the different colour backgrounds. So that's the pink. That's the front of the apron. And then these, turn it over, there's the instructions. You've got the hidden pocket panel, exactly the same. Let me open it up. You can see the whole panel. I mean, look at the size of it. It's massive. For £17.99, you get your own beautiful apron, and it does fit really nicely. There's a nice sort of width across here. And I do like, remember, it goes round nice, because you know how annoying it is when your apron doesn't. I might keep this on for the rest of the day, keep myself clean. But you don't, this is the extra bit that Jules going to talk to us. You don't have to do that. So that's just something to do with the ruffle if you want it, or you can just keep it quite simple and plain. So which one are you going to be making?
I'm going to be doing the green.
Right.
But
so
while
Jules
you've
is
still
gonna
got
do
that one open, can I just get you to just have a look at the ties?
Right.
They're in pairs.
Oh, okay. So you get side tie, necktie, necktie.
And look at the print, the direction.
Oh,
It's cleverly designed that the neckties go up the way and the side ties go across. I had noticed that, yeah. So you can see on the side ties, the print goes across the way a side tie would run. But on the neckties, the print goes the other way, because that's the way that the neckties would run. Oh, that's very clever, isn't it? I just think the attention to that sort of detail makes a difference,
because that's quite important, yes, because otherwise your necktie would be going the wrong way, wouldn't it? So you can keep your apron really simple, put no pocket. You can have just a very plain pocket and it's hidden. Or you can put a little ruffle across the top. There's all sorts of things you do. But, you know, if you just want to keep it really simple and plain, you don't need to put the frilly bit on. You make it your apron. Lovely, you know, maybe you're doing some crafting, or you're going on a workshop and you want everyone to have the same apron. Good for those hen parties, wouldn't it? Everyone could have exactly the same apron. You can remember, you can embroider them as well. There's space across the top section. You could put someone's name across here.
You could put buttons on the
Put
top,
little buttons on.
all sorts
Queen
of
of the kitchen.
Yeah, all sorts of bits.
Don't talk to me, I'm making cakes. All sorts.
Or
But
eating
again,
cakes.
great gardening apron as well.
Yeah.
Very lovely. So you could buy two. You could have one for cooking with and one for when people arrive.
Yeah, your posh one without any stains.
Without the chocolate. Mine always seems to be covered in like cocoa powder and chocolate icing.
That's because you're always doing chocolate cakes. That could be why.
Probably. Well, good morning, Jules. Thank you for coming up
Morning.
with us on a lovely bank holiday Monday.
Oh, no, it's all fine. Thank you.
Nice to do a bit of sewing anyway, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
So where do we start with this when you first get it and you've got it home and you've taken it out of the parcel?
Yeah, the first thing, just iron it flat because it makes a difference when you've ironed it flat. Because
Yes, because it will have fold marks in it.
And what you're then going to do is cut around all the printed area. So I've already cut around the printed area, but just to show you, if you had the instructions, for example,
so cut them out first.
Yeah, it's where you've got the line against the white of the fabric of the background. That's the line that you're going to cut on. You're cutting on it,
right?
Because all of the seam allowances have been allowed in it.
Right, so you don't have to cut outside the line.
No,
all
you
seam
don't have
allowances
to add anything
are
on.
included.
It's very straightforward. And what I did was I used my rotary cutter and ruler because you've got pretty much everything is straight lines apart from the curves where the apron goes down.
Just that armhole curve.
And depending on how you feel, you can either cut it with scissors or you can freestyle it with a rotary cutter. It's a very nice gentle curve to be able to cut with a rotary cutter.
Nice.
So that's what you do first of all, get all of your pieces.
Cut it all out and keep hold of the instructions.
Yeah, keep hold of the instructions. Although, once you have finished with it, and if you're not going to make another one, don't forget, this is still your cotton fabric. So if you used it on that side, you've got cotton fabric, or you can use, there's a little piece here, which is a nice green. You can,
you should remember that because you often get white bits around the edge of things. And you can use those as well. So yes, do keep hold of it.
Utilise, because it's nice, it's really decent cotton to work with.
It is lovely. It's nice weight for an apron as well, isn't it?
It is.
I do like this apron. I think it actually looks nice for my dress.
I can see that going in the bag.
Yes, you can see me going, oh, I'm ever so sorry, but I seem to have worn it home.
It's gone.
It's gone.
So the first thing that you're going to do, and you do exactly the same thing for every single piece that you've got, is that you're going to finish the edges off. So when you've cut it, obviously you've got a lot of this that can happen, and you don't want that on your apron. Your apron's going to be used a lot. It's going to go on and off, on and off.
In the washing machine.
Yeah, you want to seal those edges. And the simplest way is to do, it's almost like a rolled hem. It's not a rolled hem, but it's almost like a rolled hem. So what you want to do is you'll fold down 1/4 inch. Now you can do that. There are rulers that you can use. There's metal rods that you can use, or if you've done a lot of quilting, you might just want to do it by eye. If you're a beginner, you might want to measure it, but please don't be worried that it'll all go wrong if you don't measure the 1/4 inch exactly. As long as you're consistent with what you measure, it will all work out. So just fold down one, and I've got my iron on obviously, and I'm pressing it nicely on my little quilter's cut and press. Such a useful thing, this. So go along and press it once, then you're going to go along and press it again, and it's worthwhile taking your time to press it. And then we're just going to top stitch around to make a hem. I will just, in a second, I'll top stitch this because this is the last bit. I've prepped all of the other. But apart from the apron, the curve on the apron, I'll just show you that as well. Because don't be worried about curves. Don't worry that you've got to do anything different because it's a bias and all the rest of it. It works.
Okay.
So,
just turn it by 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
Again.
The thought process has been all done for you. So I'm going to sew that in a second. But just while we're on the turning subject, I've turned it and held it, but you do exactly the same on your apron.
Okay, so you
curve.
turn around all the edges.
And if you have a look at that, I've done nothing special to it. I've not cut into it or anything.
No, just turn it over and
literally
over.
turned and turned over again, and then just iron it. Ironing it well is your friend at this point, just because when you've got it under the machine, it means you don't have to pin it, and you know I don't like to pin.
So half of the stock of the navy one has gone already.
Wowzers.
Which I'm not surprised because it's so lovely. Except you can't have this one because this one's mine.
Because it's mine.
Mine. My ruffle's coming up.
So normal straight stitch. And what you'll want to be doing is...
Oh, sorry, half of the stock of the navy one has gone. My mic was turned off.
Oh.
Half of the stock of the one I'm wearing has gone.
So you'll just be sewing down this pressed seam that you've done. So closer to the inside folded edge rather than the outside folded edge if you can. But don't worry too much about it, because you folded a quarter onto a quarter. So wherever you sew along there should be fine. And you can see that's behaving really well. I'm not having to turn anything under or muck about with it. And then you'll do all of your ties exactly the same. So when we get to the end, cut that off. I'm not back stitching there because don't forget your end pieces. So again, a quarter and a quarter. And on this bit, it doesn't, you're not going to have to worry too much about what you've done with the corners. I'll show you in a second what you do with the main apron body. So we'll just go down there and then we'll do the other one. Because then you will have to worry about, well, not worry, you'll have to pay attention to what you're doing on the corners. Just go a bit further on. I've got a lumpy bit, that's all.
Right. Well, it's lovely, isn't it, that everything you need is on this panel as well. But I guess if you don't want to turn the edges over, you could use a plain fabric.
Well, the other thing, which I've done, so the spare bit of fabric,
the spare tie that you've used as a ruffle.
That I've used as a ruffle on that one. What I've done on this one is I've backed it. So that's the spare bit. I've backed it with a piece of the white fabric that I've cut from around the edge.
Yes, you do get a nice strip down that edge, don't you, of just white fabric.
All I've done is taken the piece, sewn it right sides together with the printed fabric, and then, so on here, we digress, but we'll do it. So down, round, round, up, round, leave a gap. Turn it through the middle, because it's easier to turn it. If you forget and you turn it through the end, you've got one of those pokey things you can turn it through tools, I think they're called. And then just press it flat. And that, instead of having the two ties, we can have one as a necktie.
Oh, okay.
So that's
instead of tied, because mine, I quite like it being tied, because I always find aprons are too big for me. But if you just want the necktie, which some of them do, just as continuous, then you can choose, can't you?
And if you're going to use it, so if it's going to be a family apron, I think a tie is nice. But if it's only yours.
But you could make it just for you. I see what you mean. So
make it so small that nobody else can wear it.
So you could use the white one and then the plain, or in fact, you could line both neckties, couldn't you? With the white one and some plain.
Yeah, you could.
Up to you.
And you could do that with the...
So you can follow the instructions exactly as they hear, or make a few adaptations if you want to.
So when you've got the corner piece at the apron, so I've done almost all the way around. I'm just going to do the curve. But when you get to the corner, so you want it to be a neat corner, what you'll need to do is do the first fold on the top, the first fold over on the side, then the second fold over on the top, and then the second fold over on the side, and that will give you a little corner piece, which is all enclosed. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
And then that'll be neat to the top edge then. So I'll just sew all the way around that. But again, it's the same thing. You've turned it over and over, and then you're coming down in this curve, and it's a nice gentle curve. You don't have to kind of stress about the fact that you've got a curve on
because it's gentle, it's shallow enough curve that it will stretch round. Because I mean, it's really neat on here. You can see how well it sits on me,
and you don't have
it hasn't got stretched out shape.
You don't have to worry about the anything kind of coming loose or anything like that, because you've sewn it. The reason I've got my clips, my quilting clips on there, is because one, I was carrying it and I didn't want to have to redo it, but also as you're going around this curve, it just ensures that you don't have to keep refolding, excuse me, as you go around. So once you've done that, I would say this is probably your longest process, to be honest, just finishing everything off.
Yeah, it's just hemming everything.
Yeah.
So we do have clips on the website if you have a look, but they're really useful because you can clip from the other side.
Yeah.
So you don't have to move a pin from one side to the other.
And the problem that you might have if you try and pin this is because you've got such a bulk on there, because you folded over and folded over, it just doesn't give you a neat finish, because you're then worrying about
But I guess
not
as long
going
as
under
you
the
give
pin.
it a nice press before you sew it.
Okay, so that is pretty much the apron, all edges closed in,
done.
finished
but I
off.
guess you
and
could as well, if you had some plain fabric, line that as well, and then you
You
wouldn't need
could.
to do hemming, would you?
Yeah,
If you wanted a really posh apron.
you could make it so you could lay that down as you've cut it out before you've hemmed it over, lay it down and use that as a template, sew them together and then fold them through the bottom.
Sort of bag it out.
Yeah, and then you can top stitch around it if you want to.
Because it could be quite, you know, just like a sheet or something, you know, just a lightweight cotton
Yeah.
fabric. Quite posh then.
If you were going to do that, you'd want to put your ties in between.
yeah.
You'd want to sandwich
that's
them
true.
in. But you could do that. Yeah, there's not a problem with that. So,
But it's actually it's a nice weight anyway. Without, you know, some aprons are lined because it's quite lightweight fabric, isn't it? But this is quite a nice weight.
and the thing is, if you were using this a lot and washing it a lot, you don't want it to take ages to dry.
No, that's true.
So you could do that. So this is what I was saying about the fabric being, which direction the fabric was
it
going
looks
to
lovely
be.
in the green, doesn't it?
So these are my neckties, and then these go across the waist. So these are my waist ties.
Perfect.
So what would you like? Would you like a continuous top, or would you like them as ties on the top? What do you fancy
Well, let's do a continuous one because the instructions are on here for doing
for doing
tied
the ties?
ones.
Yeah.
So if you follow the instructions that are on the panel, you can make the tied ones. But if you want to do a continuous loop, you have to watch Jules.
This is the Brucey bonus, isn't
Yeah,
it?
this is the Brucey bonus. Jules's extra tip coming now.
So let's show you the side ties first of all. So these are my going across the way ones. And what you would do, you do the same thing for the top really, is you want to put them behind about an inch. I think we said an inch. So if I've got an inch on my piece there, on my cutting mat there. And then this, you want it so that it's angled to follow.
We've got a message. I love the apron. Thinking of laying panel on ripstop or cotton and making it reversible.
Oh,
Yes.
that's
waterproof
that's
apron.
somebody on the money, isn't it?
Yes.
Well done.
If you did get the ripstop, congratulations, because I think it's probably almost all sold out now. But it'd be good actually waterproof.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Right, okay, so let's...
That
Put that
ripstop
onto
is brilliant because it's so light as well. It doesn't add anything to it.
Right, so that's one side,
Oh,
and
so
then...
you angle. Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, just because it kind of
then it
follows
carries that
it
nice
through,
curve through, doesn't it?
and then there we go.
I do like the green.
That's an inch-ish. And on the panel, we said to sew round in a square. It is a square.
So round in a square.
It's not a new. But what you would do is you want to, I'll do it in a second, so is you follow the line of top stitching that you've got and then just go across.
Right.
So
Just the
although it's
strength.
an actual, yeah. And then if we're going to do this, so as I said, we backed it with the plain fabric, sewn it through, and it's a complete, there's no kind of endy bits on there. And then with this, you would just start it off at the top there.
Or you could just put the two necktie pieces together, couldn't you?
You could. And if you did the necktie pieces, you'd have it following kind of the right way round. This, I've got one bit that's upside down, but that's the right way up, if you know what I
Right.
mean. But it's fine. And then the other piece
Oh, okay.
down there.
And then you can adjust it, I presume.
Yeah, if you're doing it for some tall person, it'll be different, I suppose. You could do. I mean, you can. The way that you would adjust it is just pull this down a little bit, or you could measure that in the beginning.
Yeah. Put it on, see
Yeah.
how it works.
So I'm just going to sew all of those then.
Okay.
So we'll do that, and then we'll do the pocket, and then we're pretty much done.
Yeah, so while you sew that, we'll just do a... So
Yeah.
navy, which is the one that I am wearing. is the most popular. Remember, everything that you need is on this enormous panel. So on not one side, because it is one continuous piece, you have the front of the apron, which features these beautiful wildflowers: anemone, clematis montana, bluebells, fern, buttercup. And you've got a whole anemone, and then you always call them anemones, but they're anemones. A bud, fern, lilac, daisy. That's all on there. And then you've got smaller versions of all of them around the edge. It's so pretty. All the seam allowances are included, so you don't have to cut outside there. You just cut along the lines. It's very, very simple. If you want a quick and easy project, or if you're quite new to sewing, it's very simple. So if I open it up, let's have a look at the other half. You've then got the pocket, and the pocket is lined as well. And it's a hidden pocket because this fits exactly on here so that you don't see it at all, which is lovely. Mine isn't hidden because I've got a ruffle on this one here. The bottom.
If you look
Yeah,
on
sorry, I'm not tall enough, but look.
if you look on the photograph.
If you look at the photograph, you can see, look, how the bottom completely lines up, so it's a hidden pocket. You can sew a dividing line in it, put separate things in, like your hands, or not. And then you've got all the ties that you need for the side ties and the neck ties, and a bonus extra tie. And the instructions are on the panel themselves. So everything you need for £17.99 is your brand new to Sewing Street, very, very own cotton apron. And this navy one is the most popular. The one that Jules is sewing for us at the moment is the green one. So let me show you that panel. It's nice to see what it looks like, because although the print is exactly the same, with the background colour being different, the flowers look quite different. They sort of stand out. The colours pop in a different way. So there's the green one. That's lovely, isn't it? Really pretty. I love the way that the big prints here are echoed in the smaller prints all the way around the edge. And obviously the edges of this will be ½ an inch smaller by the time you've turned it over twice. But that gives you an idea. And then if we open it up and have a look on the other bit. Here. Look, we've got the hidden pocket front, hidden pocket lining, and then the straps and the neckties and the side ties, and all the instructions exactly the same. And then lots of extra bonus pieces of fabric just here and there. So that's the green hedgerow apron. Remember, if you've put these in your basket, you really need to check out, because we've got lots and lots of you who are wanting them. And if someone else puts it in their basket and checks out, and then it's the last one, it will come out of your basket. So don't forget, because I've warned you. And also, remember, it's free. The P&P is 1 P&P between now and midnight. So it's not like if you check out, you'll then have to pay postage and packing, and then you might want to buy some later. Don't worry, it is only 1 postage and packing. There's the blush one. That's a very sort of soft, very soft blush pink. It's not like super bright pink. I mean, it very much echoes the pink colours in the flowers. It's a very floral pink. And then we've got the pocket front, the pocket lining, and all the straps there. And the instructions are on every one of the panels as well.
Done.
I'm done. That was quick.
Yeah.
So show us the square thingy then. Square thingy. Technical term.
The square thingy.
The square thingy.
So then you go up, across, down and around, so that you're actually sewing all wonky square.
Oh, well, let's have a look. Get close on that so we can see. Okay.
So I changed my mind, and that's a better square. Oh, quick.
Okay.
Go for it.
And that's just to give it...
Yeah, it just means that if you'd only sewn it across the top, you can kind of pull it off, whereas that you've got four lots of sewing there, haven't you?
Strong.
And if you think, well, that's going to go over your head, I mean, that's kind of how it's going to go.
Yeah. Oh, I like the green one. So you can have the white neck loop, or you could do it with the green one.
You could, yeah.
What you look.
I just used what I got left, because I just like using all sorts
just
of
tried
bits.
It. Well, also
see how many bits can we get out of the bits.
But the instructions are all here, so it's nice that you're showing us some other alternatives of different things you can do.
So the next thing, or the last thing really, is to do the pocket. And again, just be mindful, you've got directionals here. So
There is a top.
there is a top, and there's definitely a top here. And this is what we're talking about, the hidden pocket bit, is that you're going to match that up in a minute so that it sort of blends in. So you can't see it. It's gone.
What pocket?
So the way to do your pocket is to have your two pieces.
But I guess if you
face to
didn't want
face.
a hidden pocket, you could do it the other
Well,
way
you could do
round.
the other one, couldn't you?
You could
yeah,
have
I
a
don't know what to-
lining. If
I
you
mean,
want,
that would be,
if you didn't want a hidden pocket,
yeah.
if you wanted to.
There's so many choices on this pan. I love it. It just
Do you know what? I
gives you
think
an
I'd
idea.
use another fabric for the lining and keep that bit.
Yeah.
Use it for
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah. Well, what you could do is you could make the ties out of an alternate fabric. So say a lilac or something, and you could do the pocket in the same if you wanted
and then
to.
you'd have all these bits.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking that's a lovely
Can't-
wash
why
bag,
waste
isn't
that?
It? Why waste that on the inside of a pocket when it's asking to be a wash bag?
So what we're going to do here is we're going to do 1/4 inch seam all the way round and leave a 2 inchy kind of turning gap. So
In the
same
what, in
sort
the
of figure.
bottom?
In the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, do it in the bottom. And then simply because when you do the top, we'll turn it over and then do a top stitch. But of course, if you did that onto your fabric, then you wouldn't have a pocket. You'd just have a
Yes, you'd have a patch.
yes. Which you might need at some point if you burn it or something.
Yes, keep that in case you burn
Yeah.
your apron. I've burned my apron.
Oh.
I've set fire to my tea towels.
Oh yeah, I think. Well, I'm not going to say we've all done that, but such as myself.
Well, I've got a gas cooker
Yeah,
hob,
same.
and I have chucked the tea towel on there before and then realised it's set on fire. That'd be dangerous.
Or gone to grab a pan and not use your oven gloves or anything like
Yeah.
that, and it's like, oh dear. Thankfully, the sink is close.
Yes.
Any firefighters, please don't write
Please
in.
don't write in about how irresponsible we are. But wouldn't it, yes, keep a piece of these for a patch. But it's nice for these panels, aren't they? Because you can follow it exactly to the letter,
Yeah.
or you can. And I know,
can put-
well, loads of you always. This is what makes Sewing Street such a great community. Loads of you always message us in and tell us what you've done with yours, how you've adapted it, and you've always come up with better ways as well, things that we haven't thought of.
Yeah. Well, I think as well, it depends on what you're doing for you, doesn't it, really?
Well, it's nice
What's
that-
your lifestyle's like?
Well,
you know?
exactly. I mean, it's nice to see that a lot of you are multi-buying the apron. So I'm hoping you're making them for your friends. Remember Christmas?
Or this would
Christmas
be
presents?
perfect for a beginner.
Yes, I think so.
Perfect. So, if you've got somebody who's just getting into sewing and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And you want to, make something that's you could make in an afternoon, and it's finished. It's a real sense of achievement,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Just cutting off the corners, just so that it makes it a little bit easier to turn through and get it flat.
Oh, we've got a suggestion from Maureen. You could make a pot holder or an oven pad out of the pocket material if you didn't want one. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Well done.
That's
Thank
what
you,
I'm
Maureen.
thinking. Or don't use one. Don't line it. Use your own fabric. It would make a nice pot holder, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you want some of that thermos stuff
But
going
that-
in
yeah,
it.
you can get.
We've got it on the website. I think.
Thermalam.
Yeah, Thermalam.
Thermalama ding dong.
Yeah.
They should call it that. I'm sure it'd sell more.
Yeah. Well, we call it that, so why
We
not?
call it that. Why don't they call it Thermalama ding dong?
There's lots of doodahs and whatsits in our vocabulary, though, isn't there?
Yeah, there's lots. Yes. Thingies.
Doozahs. Right, okay, so turned it through. We'll do a quick push in the corners.
With a
You will
pokey
use
tool.
your turning tool properly. You will not use your scissors.
You won't use your pokey tool.
Or you might. And then I'll just give it a quick little press and then we'll top stitch and then we'll attach it to the apron and we've got enough time to finish it, I think, maybe.
We
Do you
have,
reckon?
yes.
Yep.
We've got another 15 minutes.
Woo! So, little trick when you're doing your seams, you do the wiggle. So you have your top fabric underneath and kind of draw back your lining fabric so that it's only the top fabric that you see. You don't see
Right.
the lining fabric underneath it.
So this is where you need your good steam then.
Well, this little iron is
Is
pretty
it?
good, yeah.
I love those irons. We do have them on the website, those little irons. What's great about those irons is that they're not just mini irons, they're steam irons
Yeah.
as well.
They've got a bit of welly to them, even though they're little.
Well, they're sort of the strength and the quality of a big steam iron, but quite often I know a lot of our viewers buy them to go on holiday with because
Yeah.
you get a travel iron and they're rubbish, aren't
They're
they?
rubbish, yeah.
But that
Completely
one's got a
rubbish.
little steam holder. So they're great for your sewing, but also for travelling with as well.
Just do. And what I normally do is when I get to the opening, I press
Yeah.
it in 2 sections, just so I know where I'm pressing.
Okay.
So-
So fold over one.
Press it and
And-
then fold
okay.
over the other, and then you can see it a bit better. Right, okay, so first thing we'll do is top stitch the top. Because that's the edge we won't be able to get to. And I'm like, I start right at the edge, and I do it every time. And you should start a little bit in, but I never start a little bit in. I always fool the machine by lifting the foot. Maybe that's why I need a new machine at home.
Yes.
Never break it.
There's you can always justify why you need a new machine. You just might take time, but there's always a reason why you need a new sewing machine.
Right, okay, so that's that. So now we just need to position it as we want. So find your flowers. It's good that there's a big flower at the bottom
Okay.
because you can kind of
Yeah, that's
see exactly where it is.
Yeah, so I guess it doesn't matter how much you've sewn it, even if you've got your seam off a bit, it will still match up.
Yeah. You just want to match the things that
It's very clever.
are
that, isn't it?
important to you. So like if you're worried about straight lines, then those are the bits that you match. If you're worried about the flowers not meeting, then those are the bits that you match, you know. So I'm going to pin this. Ooh, pin me. And then just kind of sew it all the way around. No, I didn't.
So I guess you've got to pin it properly all the way around
Yeah.
to make
Sorry,
it stay
you do.
nicely. Well, no, otherwise, if you've matched it up beautifully and then you put it under the machine, it might start moving.
Yeah. Right, okay, so we'll... Oops.
It does make it look lovely with this sort of that pocket. It's the sort of thing you'd buy in one of those lovely.
Oh, it's a definite,
it's
yes,
real sort of
posh.
gift shop,
Yeah.
isn't it? National Trust, I'm
Yes.
thinking, would like this.
Or even some, you know, one of those famous cookware shops.
Yeah, because
Right.
it's beautiful quality, isn't it? And the fact that the pocket all lines up as well.
And when you're doing the top of the pocket, so both of the tops, just start sewing, then go back, then start sewing again. So you've got a little bit of
Bit
extra,
of-
because
bit
you know
of
when you ram your
reinforcement.
hands in the pocket.
Yes. I know, it's like you always end up with your hands in your pockets. don't
Yeah,
you? Put your phone in there.
all sorts of things.
Well, I'm always using my phone for recipes,
Oh, okay.
so put it in my pocket.
So go forward and back at it. And if you've matched your threads, which we never match our threads here, partly so that you can see it, but partly because if you're sewing, if there's multiple people sewing different projects, you just kind of leave what's on the machine, really.
Yeah, so if you choose a thread that does match, then it'll be even more hidden.
Yeah. Right, okay, so let's take that one out. And then when you're going across the bottom, don't forget you've got an opening there. So just make sure that you're far enough over to the edge of the pocket so that you're closing that up. So you might just want to go a little bit slower.
Now, this is a nice project for a beginner because that's quite simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
That you're closing that opening at the same time.
Yeah, there's no hand stitching, unless you want it, of course. You don't
We've
have
got a
to.
question. I can see Jules make the apron pocket now. Sometimes when I pivot at the corners, the stitching appears to be angled. How can I stop this from happening?
Make sure that when you've pivoted, that before you start off again, that you're level with the edge of the pocket.
So that your foot is in the same place.
Yeah.
And if it's not?
And if it's not, so sometimes I'll go back and do an extra stitch over.
Right, okay.
So yeah, just make sure that you're in line before you start off again.
And that the needle is down.
Yeah.
Yes, I guess so. When you turn it round, you can easily see if it's the same place on the foot as before. And if not, well, go forwards or backwards so that it is.
And what you can do, if you use a particular foot all the time for your top stitching, etc., you can mark the foot. A lot of them have got like little grooves in them anyway. So if I just take this one off. So they've got like little grooves in them anyway. So if you always know that you're going to work on that groove, so this is a see-through one, but some of them are just metal, depending on which one you've got. So if you know you're always going to that line, either just mark it or make sure that you know that that's the line you're going to every time.
And then when you turn, you can see, make sure that that is on the edge of the line.
Yeah.
But all feet are different, but they all have little markings or lines.
They do.
on.
Or you can mark your the foot plate on the machine if you want to. But it's yeah.
I do if I'm using like a big seam allowance more. Maybe, you know, if you're quilting something or a bigger one, I'll put masking tape on it.
There we go. So he's done.
Right, we've got about 10 minutes.
So invisible. Can't see that pocket at all. Oops.
That's really cool, isn't it?
Yeah. That works so well. And you know, it's very straightforward. I know we've all done lots and lots of sewing, and you think, oh yeah, it's easy for her to do it on television. But seriously, this is something that, you know, my 11-year-old could do.
Yes, as long as you take the time
instructions-
with turning the edges over,
Yeah.
that's probably about it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then what about the divider then?
So if you want to, you don't have to, because that will give you a big pocket. But if you want to do the a divider
Well, I
down the
can
middle,
get in this one, you put a divider in, I can get both
Yeah.
hands in.
and so what I did
'Cause it's
then
a
was I
dividing level.
just measured. See what your pocket ends up at. So let's have a look. That's about 11.5. So that's about 5.5, 5 3/4, isn't it? So you'd measure up the middle. Oh, am I right? Hang on, there's a 1. Gone over. Yes, 11.5, 5.5, 5 3/4, isn't it?
Yes.
That doesn't look right though. Oh, it must be. Yeah, no, there we go. So you go up to there. So you can either mark it with a friction pen. You know how we love our friction pens?
We do. There's some on the jars
Lovely.
above you.
Let's have a, ooh, let's have this colour. And then you just mark, so make sure that you're level with the edges,
Right.
otherwise it'll look wonky.
So if you're just using a tape measure, just measure the top and the bottom.
Yeah. And you don't have to have, I mean, what you could do is you could have a larger bit and a smaller bit.
Yeah.
It's entirely your call. And then all you would do then is just sew down the middle. So again, it's a pocket end, so you want to go slightly off the pocket onto the main fabric and do a little few stitches forwards, a little back stitch, because this is where you've got to be more secure with it, and then just follow it straight down. You don't need to worry about coming off the end.
So half of the stock of the green one that Jules is working on now has gone as well.
And then we'll just get rid of that friction line.
So if you want a friction pen, have a look on the website. Just type in friction, F-R-I-X-I-O-N, friction.
It's got an X in it.
It's got an X.
Yeah.
And then you'll be able to find them. But they are fantastic because always test them first. But pretty much on most cotton fabrics, you press them and they disappear.
It's gone.
They are also, if you look on the watch live and scroll down, we have got them coming on the 11 o'clock show, so there are some there as well, the black one.
Right, there we go.
That's magic, that.
It's finished. Yeah. Perf. Right, so calls for modelling.
Yes, could you please wear the apron?
Indeed. I have a little more to put into my apron than you do, my love, but
No, But it goes round the sides.
It goes around the
You
sides.
see, it's not one of those coming
And
down
it's good
there.
because you've got a good amount of
Yes.
tie at the back. It's not just like a little mini tie, is
And
it?
that fits really nicely, doesn't it? There we go. Sam, look, you're looking like you're going down your allotment.
All right, my love.
Right enough, yeah. We're like a couple of barmaids,
Gonna get some
aren't we?
peas.
I feel like a couple of barmaids.
Yeah.
What can I get
I
you
love a
then?
pint.
Got a pint. We could set up a little pub, couldn't we?
We could, well.
We could. Or a village fete, maybe.
Yes.
And sell cake.
Yes, cake. Yeah.
Yes.
Cake.
Do you want
Right,
carrot? We could be like, yeah, I feel like you do like you're in a pub.
Do you remember that, what was it, Acorn Antique?
Oh, is
Can
it
you
on
see it
the
on the
trolley?
trolley?
Is it on the trolley? Oh, I love
Stop
Acorn.
it.
Yes.
There we go.
Hopefully all of you out there remember
And those you
Acorn
could use that
Antiques.
as a
Yeah,
like,
a headband. That
go
would look
wild
lovely.
in the country. Anyway, there we go.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. That
Done.
was a wonderful.
I like this because it's a project that I've actually finished.
Yeah, you've actually done that in the
actually
whole
finished.
thing.
Yeah.
So, I guess you could with yours because yours is quite low now, isn't it? Would you have
Yeah.
made it higher, or do you have to test to see if it'll go over your head?
I probably wouldn't because I that's about right for me. That's about right for the shelf. I feel.
You see, I always want mine a bit higher.
No,
I don't know
no,
why.
more- yeah.
Maybe you're not as messy a cook as I am.
Well, I don't know.
need-
I think I need it further down. I think.
Mine is quite long anyway, but I need that sort of the height.
That was the other thing that I thought. If you didn't want to use the interface piece or the extra piece up here, you could actually just add it onto the bottom. So you could make
okay.
it longer. So if you've got somebody who's very tall,
Yes, they could use that extra, the white piece that's on here.
yeah, or yes, yeah. So you could have like
that's true.
a trim at the bottom.
It's quite, well, mine comes down to my knees. Mine's I'm quite short.
Yeah, mine. Well, no, mine's up my
Oh, there
knees.
you are then.
But then
They're
it's a bit
lovely, aren't
lower, isn't it? Mine's yeah. But yeah, works well, I think.
That's great, isn't it? And
And
then
I've
what
got-
would you use the extra bit for then? I suppose you could put another little pocket on. couldn't you?
You could. I've got my eye on this bit.
What are you going to do with that bit then?
Hexes.
Oh, okay.
Perfect for hexes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you get so many. I mean, because if you look on the panel itself. Yeah, Paul's suggestion is use the instructions for the pocket.
On the inside, yeah. Yeah.
No, on the outside.
Oh, yeah.
Industrial. I'm not sure about industrial,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, I know what you mean,
Yeah.
Paul. I know
well,
what you're
you could
saying.
you could have the little. I don't think I'd have the. I understand. I don't think I'd have. I understand, but I don't think. I think I might have the instructions and the little apron piece, like the motif.
Yes.
I don't think I'd be inclined. That's just a me thing, but I don't think I'd put that on.
But you do often see
but
that
it's
on
maybe
things, don't
manly,
you?
more manly.
It is quite, that sort of urban chic thing, isn't it? Where you have
Well,
the
that's
instructions.
Paul, isn't it? Urban chic.
Well, yes. I mean, Paul is very urban chic. Is that a compliment?
Yes, it is a compliment.
It is a
Paul.
compliment,
It's definitely a compliment for you. Definitely.
Is that because he's got leopard skin trainers?
Yes. They're cool though.
No leopards were harmed
No.
in it. But I mean, I think this is because you get all the spare white fabric is here, so there's loads of other things you could do with it. Yeah, and then Paul's going to use the instructions on his pocket itself.
And maybe the rainbow bit at the top, you know, the colour thing.
I know. That's for $17.99. That's great, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Right, shall we have a quick look at the panels again? For any of you who's just joined us and wondering what on earth we're whittering on about.
What has gone on this morning?
Thank you, Jules,
You're
for
very
your
welcome.
apron instruction. And you're back with us now. What you can do?
After I've had my breakfast, I'm going to make
After
the
what you're
bag.
going to have for breakfast. Oh, I'd like some breakfast. Nice.
I'm going to make the little bag.
Oh, that's beautiful, isn't
Yeah.
it? Did you say that yourself?
I did.
That's very
No, I went out and bought it.
That's it.
I have heard,
But
actually.
you've now got to copy that.
Yeah.
No, she didn't buy it. It was a joke.
I've had about 4 orders for them at the moment.
Have
yeah,
you?
yeah. It's like, really?
They're really pretty though, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just a nice kind of, sort of size. A
is,
clutchy
isn't it?
kind of size.
And they are on pre-order if you want to get them before Jules comes back with her demo.
Yeah.
What I'm going to be interested to know is how to put the frame in because that's always tricky.
Yeah, it's not.
Ah.
This is not.
Right. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. You go and
You're
have
very
your,
welcome. Breakfast.
whatever you're having for your breakfast, porridge, bacon and eggs.
Croissant.
A croissant.
Well, it's bank holiday, isn't
Of course,
it?
yes. A pain au chocolat.
Pain au chocolat.
I'd actually like a pain au raisin if I had to choose.
I'm not going down the shop, love. Sorry.
No, I don't think they do them in Grace. Anyway, so let's go through. This is the first one. The navy one is the one that I am wearing. Getting distracted. So we'll see you in an hour anyway, Jules. Back to the navy apron. There it is on the dressmaking dummy model and also on me. That's what it looks like. It's on me as well. So there you get the front of it. All the seam allowances are included. You've got these large floral prints in the centre. Anemone, lilac, anemone bud, fern, buttercup, another fern, bluebells. It very is, well, it's called a hedgerow apron. It is all the sort of things you'd find in the British countryside. Have I got the early bird? Yes. Oh, okay. We're not doing that now. I have got it. And and then on the panel as well, I'm laughing because Paul said I shouldn't have repeated that. He didn't say, have you got the early bird and don't repeat it, did he? He just said, have you got the early bird? Hidden pocket front. And we now know how to do that. Don't forget, if you've bought this kit, to write down the day. It's Monday the 31st of May, which you'll probably forget later on. I know I will, but it is Monday the 30th. Write that down because then you can re-watch. Because Jules, obviously you follow the instructions to make it, which are printed here. But she's given you lots of extra tips and information of things that you can do. So that's the pocket lining. And then you... Oh, yeah, something's just fallen off the table. I don't know what I've just... Something's just... Right, sorry, we want to do green now. So the green has taken over the blue as the most popular. I think it's interesting, isn't it? It's when you put them on, you see, because Jules then put hers on, and then suddenly the green went into the lead. I like the green, actually. I think it's really pretty. Although I think the blue goes better with my dress. And these things are important, aren't they? There we go. There's the green one. Now, remember what Jules said. This is ideal for a beginner. So maybe someone who wants to start sewing, like to have a go, maybe got a sewing machine but needs an excuse to actually get it out or get it back out because they haven't used it for years. Brilliant gift, $17.99. You can have it sent direct to them. Just give them their address. Right, once everyone checks out on this green one, then we'll only have 20 left. Or if you just, maybe you're a more experienced sewer and you just want a quick project, you want a lovely apron. I mean, it really is beautiful. And I think, for the price, for the beautiful quality of the fabric and the fact this is exclusive. And there's loads of lovely details in here. Like the side ties and the neck ties, the print goes in different directions so that they face the right way. Lots of optional extra things that you can do, like Jules was explaining, like you could line the apron, you can line the ties. You don't have to use the pocket front and the pocket lining. You can keep these bits for other things so that you can have some other matching items. You can make a little zip bag from the front and the back and use that to store your apron in. And the spare pieces of fabric around the sides. But everything you need to know, all the instruction, everything on there. But if you buy this, watch the show back because there's lots of things like the apron that I've got on has got tied ties. See, look, I'll show you. It's got tied ties. But when Jules made hers, she made it as a continuous loop. So it depends. If you're going to make this apron just for you, then you can make a loop and it's all done. But if you're going to, if other people in the family are going to use it, you might want to have tied ties. Or if you want to be able to adjust it. So, I've done it a bit tight now. So that's the green one. And then finally, I've now got bows sticking in my head. One moment. That's really annoying. Right, that's better. That's better. I felt like I was being garroted. I've done it too tight. Right, there we go. So much better now. Pink one. And the really lovely, pretty sort of petal pink. It's called blush pink, but it's a really pretty hedgerow pink. But it's interesting how the colours look very different. It's not it's not bright at all. It is Clematis Montana pink. It's the same colour as that, but it's really pretty, isn't it? So again, you've got the front of the apron, and then we move over here, and we've got the hidden pocket front and the pocket lining, but you can use them for other things. All the instructions are there at the top with the picture. You could use instructions for the pocket. That's Paul's suggestion, so Jules wasn't going with that. But, you know, I can get his point. I think a lot of people do use text for different things. It's quite nice, isn't it? And then you've got all the ties and the extra bits of fabric. So if you want to, for a simpler, it's simpler if you line them. You just put another piece of fabric behind them, because then you can just sew all the way around. That's a simpler finish. But you could line these as well. And as one of you messaged in, you could line it. She was going to line it with ripstop to make it waterproof. So those are the aprons. They're great, aren't they? All you've got to do is choose one, but maybe you're going to do a craft weekend or some workshops. You can make one for each of your friends. I think they'd look really nice actually if you embroidered them, because on the top of the apron there's space here. If you wrote on here, if you get a pencil or a friction pen, you could write someone's name across the top of there and just embroider over it. Now, if you weren't with me at the crack of dawn at 8 o'clock this morning and you missed the early bird, I have one here under my desk. Ta-da! Right, so in the early bird, this is special. It's the Colour Snaps box. Save £5. Now, there are 300 colour snaps in here. There are 10 colours, 30 of each one. So let me take out the red ones. So it's all the pieces you need. You need 4 pieces for each snap, 2 for one side and 2 for the other side. You do need to get the Vario pliers, which if you look on the website, you'll see them. They're great because obviously you can put them in the machine. If you want to do a quick, so say you're making the apron and you wanted to do an adjustable tie and you wanted to have just a single loop, you could just put a little snap on the outside here, use the colour that matches, and then you can quickly take it on and snap it on, so it means that you can have it as tight as you like. Things like that are really useful. Or if you've got a pocket and you want to hold it closed, you can put a snap on. And quite often you don't really want to sew on a snap fastener because it takes longer. Ideal for, you know, little slip pockets, perfect for clothing as well. And they come in 10 different colours. So you need 4 pieces for this and you've got loads on each one. Right, so that's the early bird. Save £5. That's your postage and more. Now, in the next hour, we've got Flower of the Month. Now, I know you've seen Flower of the Month before. We started it in May last year, and then we did it throughout the whole year. And then at the end, we sold the borders and the binding panel to make the whole quilt. But we've had so much of it, we constantly sell out of them. So I've brought back today all of them. But if you watch Sewing Street regularly, you will know that we do Bird of the Month every month, and I have designed instructions so that you can use them with the bird panels, but amazingly, you can also use them with the Flower of the Month. So I'm going to show you how to work. We've got all of the Bird of the Month instructions on because you can use them with the Flower of the Month to make all different things, from peg bag to cushions, all sorts. So I'm going to show you how to make a patchwork star cushion with one of the Flower of the Months. And we've got all of the panels and the borders and panels, so we can have a talk about that. So I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time, and when we're going to do flowers. But thank you.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, I've been asked to do a little bit of an introduction about me, so here goes for Sewing Street. I'm Sally Ann Harrison. I'm based in the UK in Bristol. I lived here all my life, apart from a short stint in North Carolina where I lived for 3 years from 2000 to 2003. I specialise in patchwork and quilting. I'm a complete patchwork and quilting addict. I love small piecing, I love wool applique, all forms of applique, and I also like making small little crafty projects. How did I get into sewing? Well, I've sewn all my life. I remember the first thing I ever made was like a little bikini top from one of my mother's old overalls when I was about 9. I got married when I was about 20, 21, and started making curtains at that time. So I was a curtain maker for a long period of time. But it was in 2000 when I moved to the US that I really got into quilting big time. I discovered a local patchwork and quilting store. I took classes. I made loads of quilts. I made some fantastic friends. I met a great tutor called Michelle May. And by the time I left, I was actually beginning to exhibit in 2003. So that's how I got into doing what I do. Tell us something unexpected about yourself. Well, one of the strange things about me is that I'm the world's worst knitter. I can do most crafts. I crochet, I do punch needle, I do obviously patchwork and quilting and dressmaking, but knitting, the pins go in all sorts of weird directions. I have to concentrate. If anybody rings the doorbell, I can't stop mid-row. I am the world's worst knitter. Sewing tips to share with viewers. It's got to be the beard trimmer trick. I mean, why use an unpicker when you can use a beard trimmer to take out the seams that you've sewn incorrectly? It's just the best tip ever, I reckon. And a claim to fame. Probably my claim to fame based on my sewing career was that in 2017 I was invited to the Houston Quilt Festival, the International Quilt Festival, and it was there that I demonstrated some wool applique. It was a fantastic experience, and if anyone's debating going to the International Quilt Festival next year, go. It is absolutely fabulous. And that's a bit about me. Thank you very much for listening.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
And welcome back to Sewing Street on this gorgeous bank holiday Monday. Thank you for joining me today. So we've got lots of lovely sewing projects and ideas and inspiration for you. In the last hour, Jules did this beautiful apron. If you wonder why I'm wearing an apron today, it's not that I'm doing any cooking, but it's so nice, isn't it? I quite like it. Anyway, this was the apron that Jules demonstrated in the previous hour, which is on a panel. So if you want to buy an apron, you just have to click on Watch Live, scroll down, and you will see all the different panels because it comes in 3 colourways as well. But in this hour, we're going to be talking about Flower of the Month. Now, can you see behind me this beautiful quilt? And that features, there it is, just a picture of it, all the flowers of the month. Now, if you want to, when we did this across the course of the year, we did 1 flower per month on a panel. And then at the end, we did a special panel with all the borders and the bindings and the sashing to make that beautiful Flower of the Month quilt. But if you missed any of it or you haven't got any of it and you would like to buy all the different panels that you need to make that beautiful quilt, we have got it for you today, £129.87. And the best thing about that is it's on split pay. So if you want to split it, just to make it easy for you across 2 equal payments, there's no interest charged on that at all. It's £64.93 per month. You pay that now. Then we will send it to you and then you will get charged the other £64.93 in the next month. You don't have to wait, and it is completely interest free. It's simply divided in 2 to just make it an easier way for you to pay. You don't have to do it like that. You can pay for it in one go if you want, but that's the way that the split pay works. So in that bundle, you get 12 panels and the sashing and the borders. Now there is 1 for every month. Shall we have a look at all of them? I wonder if they're in order. Oh, lordy. Probably not. I know that they're not. Now, there's June. Should we just go through them randomly? Right, so this one is June. Now, these are also available separately on their own, but you can either get them in the bundle, all 12, with the borders and the binding panel, or you can buy them singly at £9.99 each. Now on every one of these panels is exactly the same, only the flower is different. So Flower of the Month is June. These are 12 inches square. That's the cut size. So obviously when you sew them, depending on your seam allowance, will be smaller. Each one has got the name of the month and the name of the flower rose, and an extra label if you want to use this. Maybe you're making it into a cushion, or you want to use that for the back of your quilt, or use it for another project. On the panel as well, you get 5 coordinating fabric strips. They are all 2.5 inches wide, which is your standard design roll width, which is why we've done them this width, because obviously we're used to dealing with 2.5 inch strips. Now, because this fabric is wider than your normal quilting weight fabric, these are 43 inches long, which is what a jelly roll strip is, 43 to 44 inches long, and you've got 5 of them, and they are printed, as you can see quite easily, in colours and prints that coordinate with what you have in the flowers. So that's June. And it doesn't really matter. So these are really great if you want to make them because it's your flower of the month, or you want to make them as a special present because it's somebody else's flower of the month, or maybe somebody's got a wedding anniversary in October and you want to. This one, oh, look at that. It was October. Marigold. So maybe someone's got a special wedding anniversary coming up and you want to do something special for that. Or maybe you just like marigolds. You know, that's the lovely, is that we haven't chosen these flowers. They have been designed and printed exclusively for Sewing Street, but these are the flower of the months. If you have a look, most months have 1 or 2 flowers that are assigned to each month due to their sort of symbolism, which comes back to the Victorian language of flowers and what the different flowers mean, and therefore if you're born in that month you are that person. But they are very traditionally assigned to each month, so that is why we've chosen them. But they're lovely if you just like marigolds, or if it's symbolic for that month. So that's October. If you look on the website, if you scroll down and Watch Live, you will see all of these, and they have all the months on. So if you don't remember which is which, they are all labelled on their website. December obviously is the poinsettia. December is limited. So that's the poinsettia. Next we have, I love the way they're so random, so boring going in order. I think this one is May. Oh yes, it's May. Lily of the Valley. I love this one because it has these really lovely grey toned fabrics. Obviously, I'm only showing you half of it. It does go over the other side. But that is Lily of the Valley. Isn't that pretty? £9.99 for the whole panel. 12-inch square with the flower on 2 labels and 5 2.5 by 43-inch strips. Next up we have February. That's mine, that. My birthday's in February. Violets. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Very limited on the February. But obviously you can buy them all together, all 12 and the borders and the binding panel for £128.97. Click on Watch Live and scroll down and you'll see all of that. But if you want just the February, there it is. Very pretty, that one. This one, yeah, you guessed, Paul guessed last time I got it wrong. This one, he was right, it's August, the poppy. I like this one because it's not you like really sort of super bright shouting red poppies. It's a bit more subtle. And the colours in all the flowers have been designed and chosen, developed so that they all go together so that when you make the full quilt, as you can see behind me, all the colours blend together beautifully. So which is why you haven't got super bright reds or yellows and greens. They're more subtle so that it holds out. I mean, it make a beautiful wall hanging or lap quilt or just put it on the end of a bed. It's lovely, isn't it? £129.87. Really, really pretty. And if you wanted to make it, if you wanted one twice the size, say you wanted one maybe twice the length to fit a full single bed or bigger to make a double bed, you could just buy more. You don't need to, or you could use plain coloured squares as the other one. So you've got 12 there, but if you wanted to do 24 on each of the panels, because this one is January, the carnation. Because you've got these as well, if you wanted to make it go twice as far, you could cut out, or even 3 times, you could cut out the flower and then cut this into a 12-inch square. In fact, out of here, you would get 3 12-inch squares. So on the panel, you could have the flower and 3 of these, so that's 4 squares. So if you had the whole lot, you would have 48 squares. That would make a massive quilt, and it's all there on the panel. So if you cut this out to be exactly the same size as that, you could then alternate that on there. So you could have some floral and some with the strips. Elaine, you just messaged in, but we need it back. Morning, Rebecca, loving the show. Could you do the flower quilt as maybe an attic window? Well, yes, yes, you could, but the problem is that they're not all one big panel. So you could do it where you put the strips together. Yes, you could. You'd obviously have to work out the sort of the wide strip and then the narrower bit, which gives you that 3D-ness. But you could. You'd be like looking out onto an amazing wildflower meadow. If you've got some instructions for an attic window quilt and you know the difference in widths between the sort of the dark bit and the light bit, then yes, you could. It would look beautiful. In fact, if you do that, Elaine, could you please send us a picture? Because I'd love to see it. This one is March Daffodils. Love this one. I think this has been one of our really popular ones. Not just because for people's birthdays in March, just because they're lovely, aren't they? Daffodils beautiful. But, you know, if you want to buy all the panels to make the quilt and you just want you can buy these as extra ones as well. Very popular, the March one. I really like that one. But look at the colours in the coordinating strips. Next, we have... Paul's going to guess. It's September. The Aster. It means star. But that's because it's in the shape of a star. It's very pretty, isn't it? I like the way you've got this... like mauve on white spot and then white on mauve spot. And what's good about them is that, you know, if you're making them into other things, is that you can have this border, or you can cut that off if you need it to be a bit smaller. So that's the September Aster. Loads of you added in September. You've obviously got lots of September friends. But I'm thinking buy, you know, you could buy 4 or 5 of your favourites. Make outdoor cushions. Oh, I spent the weekend sitting on the outdoor furniture. It was so nice to sit in some sunshine. But wouldn't these look lovely on your outside? You could just choose, well, you could have all 12 of them. Or you could choose the ones that you like the most. Or maybe choose the ones that are the month of everyone in your family. And everyone could have their own cushion for outside. This is July, Delphinium. I love them. Or maybe you want just 6 Delphinium cushions, because that's your colourway. Look nice in the conservatory as well, wouldn't they? Or in a kitchen. But I just think some of them as well, I think a lot of people use the rose one for bedrooms because they are very fresh and clean and quite feminine as well. They work very well in a bedroom. Nice in a guest bedroom as well. Right. It's nice not to do them in order as well, isn't it? Boring. They're listed on the website in order, I think. She likes to say, I think they are. This one is November Chrysanthemum. It's pretty, isn't it? That's very bedroom cushion, isn't it? Doesn't have to be a cushion. Make a nice bag. Those are different things you can do with it. Nice tote bag, weekend bag, peg bag. We'll come to that in a minute. And we've saved the best month till last. Why is that the best month then, Paul? Is that your birthday? The best month. No, we've done February. The sweet pea. I mean, to be fair, that is very pretty. It is very pretty. It's lovely because it's a real, like a periwinkle blue colour, sort of a purpley blue. Really pretty. Remember, these are 12 inches square, and then you get the 5 fabric strips, 2.5 by 43 inches, which are really good for the sort of the bindings and the sashings. So you can cut them into single strips, but remember, you can also use them as whole pieces. So if you wanted to make a simple sort of square, like market tote, you can just cut this into a square piece and use that on the back, all for the lining. You don't have to cut them in strips. And the other thing you can do is cut them in strips one way and then join them all back together, and it becomes like a patchwork as well. Loads of different things you can do with them. Now, if you are going to buy the whole, if you've got them already, but you missed out on the borders and binding panel, this is it, I think. Yeah. So this has been designed specifically for making the quilt. So it's only 6. I don't know why this is so inexpensive. I'm not allowed to say cheap. Inexpensive, $6.99. So this, and everything is labelled as well on it. Let me show you if we start at the top. So you've got horizontal borders, vertical sashing. So those are all the bits. Let me show you on the quilt, all the bits that go between here. Then you've got the internal border squares. You've got external ones. You've even got the fabric for the binding. And it's all in colours. So look, there's the binding strips here. So that's in the colours that are all, the prints and the colours that are used in the main quilt are all on here as well. So there's the vertical borders, and then you've got all the border squares. You've got internal ones and external ones for all the corners. So $6.99, and that is everything you need to complete the quilt. So if you wanted to make a bigger quilt, just buy more of these. But remember, on those panels, you've got enough to make 4 squares. So if you had the whole 12, you would have 48 squares. That's a big quilt. So that's everything you need to complete the quilt if you want to make the whole thing. But obviously, you can buy all of them together, all 12 panels and the borders and the binding square to make your own beautiful Flower of the Month quilt. Now, oh, you've also got the instructions come with the borders and binding panel. So I wrote these. They work. So there's the picture of the finished quilt. The full-size quilt. Did I ever write it on here? It is, and I can't remember because 12, I actually can't remember, through 48. It's about if that says 53, I normally add about 8. So I think it's about 45. Yes, so when you buy the borders and binding panel, I think, yes, it comes with the instructions where you get the instructions. So basically, it tells you how to cut it all out and how you make it all. And I can't remember exactly how big it is. I'd have to work it out. 33, 5, 6. It's about 40 inches wide, but I think about 48, but I can work it out for you. So anyway, all the instructions you need for making it, that comes with the borders and the binding panel, because you need to know how to make it up. I mean, it's not difficult, I can tell you that, but I have written down all the measurements and how to do it and what bit goes where. Also, we have the, that's what I was going to show you next, the little pack. I want to say, brilliant idea to print this panel. Can't wait to piece this quilt together. Oh, thank you, Sarah. That's lovely. I'm glad that you've enjoyed it. It is beautiful, isn't it? It's lovely that people have dipped in and just bought the month that they want, or multi-buyed, or bought just 6. And then some people have bought all 12 and made the quilt. It is beautiful. Now, this one here is mini versions. I love this one. So on here, there are 40 squares, and they are mini versions of the big ones. So now we've been through all of them, hopefully you'll remember them. So there's the March daffodils. I think that was January, poinsettia, delphinium, marigold. So, and then in amongst here they're all 5-inch squares, like you would get in a charm pack. With a gap between them, so there is space around them. But these are all the prints and the colours that are used in the complementary strips as well. So if we go all the way along, so you've got your mini versions. Now, you don't often see this. You don't ever see sort of big ones and small ones. So what you can do with something like this is you can cut out the squares that you want and join them together. You could make a little patchwork cushion. You could just cut out and not do anything at all, the 6 that you like or the 9 that you like. And then that would create and then you could just quilt round it, so you wouldn't have to do any piecing. So you could, for example, cut round maybe these 9 and then just piece it. Lovely to use as little pieces of applique or patches on thing, or just bits of interest. So it's just that they are the miniature versions. There's the May Lily of the Valley and the roses. Or, you know, there are loads and loads of patterns for charm packs to make all sorts of different things where you piece them together and cut them and use them for half square triangles. But it's lovely that these are all the colours and prints that are used on them, but just in miniature. So I know this has been really, really popular. 40 squares for $12.99. Just little mini versions. So maybe you've made some of the bigger ones into a bag or a cushion. You want to put an extra little pocket on it. You could put the smaller version of the flower on there. It's just a really nice panel to have that goes with the others. All obviously works well on its own. But, you know, they have been so popular as big ones, so we decided to do a mini version as well. So there you go, $12.99. There's loads of you putting that in the basket. That has been one of the most popular things actually this hour, which I'm not surprised, because it's really, I mean, it's exceptionally good value. You never get a 40 charm pack for $12.99. I think that's fantastic value. And because it's all together as well, you know, you don't have to cut them all out as individual. You can cut them out into blocks as well. Lovely for your outdoor sewing. Now, next. So, if you've been following our Bird of the Month, I know it seems a bit odd, doesn't it? Bird of the Month, which we started in January. Every month we introduce a new bird, but we also have a set of instructions to go with them. So I haven't got here the January ones. Well, actually, I have got a print out of them. So, okay. So let's hope you have, because that's the one I'm going to be showing. So we have got... Oh, have you got all the codes? I've got to find them. February, that's March. So it doesn't matter about the month, actually. Now, the way that the instructions work, this is the cosmetic bag. You can use any Flower of the Month panels to make the Bird of the Month bags because of the sizes. It doesn't matter whether it's a bird or a flower, because actually the flowers are 12 inches square, whereas the birds are 10.5, so they're actually bigger. There's more than enough. Now, in the instructions, so if you wanted to make this cosmetic bag that I've showed you on the front, you could then put the flower that you want on the front. Then you've got the template, you've got all the measurements and everything that you need. Now, the Bird of the Month panels are the same as the Flower of the Month in that they have the square with the bird or the flower on, but they also have those 5 strips, so you can use those as well. Now, for this cosmetic bag, I've cut around the joined together strips to make the linings. So the template is in here, so everything you need to make the cosmetic bag, but you can use these with the Flower of the Month panels or any fabric. You don't even need to use them with the panel. We've done it this way, but obviously all of the measurements are in here. It's not that you have to have the panel for them, but they do work with the Flower of the Month. So if you've bought, for example, you've bought April, then you would be able to use just a section of the flower that you want, and you can use that for the cosmetic bag. So it's just a really nice way of using up these panels for other things if if you want ideas on what to do with them. Or again, you can use your own. It's a beautiful curved cosmetic bag. It has a zip going all the way around the outside, so it just looks... Another set of instructions is the messenger bag. This one's got a pigeon in the front, but it would look really nice with this one, which is... I should have folded them the other way, shouldn't I? So you can see that would look nice with the Aster, wouldn't it? If you wanted an Aster messenger bag. But again, all the instructions are in here. They all use the complementary slips, I always end up saying slips, complementing fabric strips. So the bag is lined with those strips joined together, and they will work in exactly the same way. So if you want to make a messenger bag, so maybe it's someone's birthday in September, you want to make them something a little bit special. Review from Sheila. I have read through the instructions and they are easy to follow. Thank you very much, Sheila. That's really good. Glad they're easy to follow, but they've got everything you need to know in them, all the details, all the photos. But they are perfect to use with any of these Flower of the Month panels. Next is the peg bag. Now, I think the flowers will look lovely with the peg bag. The way that the peg bag is designed, it's like a little house, but if you use this for your Flower of the Month, the flower will show through the hole. So the actual motif sits on the back of the peg bag, and then the hole is in the front where you put your hand in to get the pegs. And then the flower would show through. You just have to trace the circle and put it on the right place. But in the instructions, all the information about how to piece it together, how to cut it out, and more importantly, the template is in here. So the full size template, you just have to join it together or trace it, is in there. And then you can make your very own peg bag. And what I did with it is I've just used one of those ordinary wire coat hangers that you get with your dry cleaning. It's nothing special. You don't have to go out and source some fancy shaped wooden coat hanger. It doesn't really matter. If you've got one, great. But I have designed it around just a really simple dry cleaning thing. And then finally we have the Dresden plate cushion. So again, this has been used. You can use the flower that you want in the centre, and the strips you can see. There's a bigger picture of it. You can see how I've used the strips. They're not joined together, they're just cut out from the joined together strips on here. So if you've always wanted to have a go at Dresden plate, I was thinking of this as a really big circular cushion. It's really nice and squishy, lovely to either you could sit on. It's nice for outdoor furniture, but it's just nice to have a round cushion, a bit different to normal. And in here are the templates. So you've got the wedge and the circle for creating it, and all the instructions and the walkthrough diagrams. Everything you need is in there. So if you've got any questions for me about those or anything else you need, that's all in there. Next, we've got flower pots, because it's outdoors. So we're going to do flower pots. So I need to go and get them because I can't reach. My arm's not long enough. If I can pick all of them up. So if you want to make your very own flower pot doorstop, which one have we got? We've got the terracotta first. In the kit, you get the fabric panel, which has all the pieces all pre-cut out and ready to make your doorstop. In fact, I do have in here all the pieces. So if you want to make the fabric doorstop, I have all the pieces in here. You get the full instructions, and we don't have, for some reason we haven't got them here, but this is what the full instructions look like. And then you get the fabric panel with all the pieces already printed on them to make. Yeah, your instructions won't look quite as creased as mine do, but mine have been sitting in my bag and have travelled. So everything you need to know is in there. It comes in 2 colourways. This is the terracotta. Now you get all the pieces are printed onto the panel, so all you have to do is cut them out and sew them together. There are no patterns. You've even got the stems, so you can make flowers, and they have leaves like this, and then the soil to make the top and the sides. It's all pre-done for you. So in the kit you get all the pieces to make the doorstop. Here he is. And also the matching either mini doorstop, or I'm thinking more like sort of ornament. You'd use them to put them in the centre of a table. You can fold the leaves over and they become like tulips. So send, you know, put it on the windowsill, everlasting flowers that you never need to water, or put it in the centre of the table, or a mini doorstop, it's up to you. So on each panel you get the doors, the big one and the small one. Very well written instructions, beautiful graphics printed on good quality fabric. Thank you very much, Sarah. It's a lovely review, because obviously they're not as rubbish as in my printout here, but we've spent quite a bit of time getting them right so that they are easy to follow, and because in the instructions you've got all the photos that you need. It's all in there, everything that you need. So £19.99, that's the terracotta one. If you want the blue one instead, which is like, it's been designed so it's like sort of that blue, slightly cracked, mosaic-y china. It's even on the bottom got its little hole, like a pot would have. Love the little hole. And realistic looking soil. And the way it's done is the soil is made in 4 pieces. So you have 4 squares of fabric. You sew them together with little gaps in. And then the flowers, they're much longer than, there, oh look, my flower's a bit squashed. But they go, if I show you, look, you can see that they go all the way down, which makes them stand up. There's nothing in here like sticks. You don't need anything else. It's just, well, you need stuffing, but they are just super stuffed, which makes them stand out. So in the blue one, there's the doorstop. You get orange and yellow flowers, but you also get the smaller version, which is a slightly darker pot, and that's got orange and yellow sort of tulip type flowers. I think they look better when you fold the leaves over. Give a little bit of movement. So you could use those for the centre of a table. At home, I've got mine on the windowsill in the hallway. I think it looks really nice. So that people, when they look through, think I've actually got real flowers forever. Because I can never... I love fresh flowers, but I just don't want to buy them all the time. But you can keep these forever, so you just put them in the window. There we go. So for £19.99, you get the full-size panel and the instructions to make the big one and the small one. You just need to choose between whether you want the blue china or the terracotta. Or both. Right. I'll put them back there. We've also got stuffing, because you will need stuffing. And a bag of this is enough for both of the flower pots. I know that because I made them. And if you want, you need filling for your doorstop to make it hold your door open and stand up and give it a bit of weight. Sorry, I'm just putting leaves away. No, I'll get mixed up. And we also have doorstop filling. These are great. They're just plastic pellets. We're on filling first. Super soft toy filling. Perfect for stuffing doorstops or anything else. Soft toys, cushions, all sorts. £5.99. It's really good stuff. Now, there are different qualities of stuffing around. I've used lots of different ones. It's really important that you use a nice high loft quality one. Otherwise, you get lumpy things, particularly if you're using them to stuff, well, any sort of small areas. I mean, perfectly for the stems and things. But when you're stuffing toys as well, you need quite a high loft one. Otherwise, it's lumpy. You know, when you see sometimes things and you try and pull it all apart and it doesn't work. This is a really nice quality one, and £5.99, very good value. We also have the pellets, the plastic recycled, though these are recycled polyethylene pellets, kilo of them, and that's enough for one doorstop, a kilo. That's a nice good weight, but they are recycled as well. And the good thing about using the small ones is they just sit better inside a doorstop, or, you know, anything that you make. Maybe you're making a toy and you want it to be able to sit down properly. It's best to put them into something like a small plastic bag or a fabric bag, because otherwise they'll escape when you put inside. But a kilo, and remember, our postage is £3.95 per day. Now that's a kilo. Normally you would expect to pay more than that for a kilo of postage, but it doesn't matter whether you order a kilo of pellets and a sewing machine or you just order half a metre fabric. It will be £3.95 for anything that you order throughout the day, which I always think is really good value when you're buying a kilo of pellets. So I wanted to show you what you could do with the flower of the month. So one of the sets of instructions for the bird of the month was the patchwork star cushion, and if you have a look on the website, just scroll down. In fact, if you go into the Amber Makes section, you will find them there. We have got the patchwork star cushion. Now, as I said to you before, you can use the bird of the month instructions for any of the flowers, but I just wanted to show you this little technique. So I've used, just got to take all the bits off before they fall off. I've used May, which is the lily of the valley flower of the month. So follow the instructions. You have to cut the lily into a square. You have to trim it down a bit. All the measurements are in there. And then on the actual panel, is that this one here? I think so. You get these 5 strips. So you have to label them A, B, C, D and E. And then you cut them into all the, in the instructions, all the measurements for all of these different things are inside with the photos of how to do it and how it all works. But this you can make, if you just want to make a cushion that's a little bit more unusual. So this cushion, it's called the Patchwork Star because it has these half square triangles all the way around the outside that create this sort of star effect. But you're using these fabrics. So the only other fabric you need is for the back of the cushion. And then if you want to quilt it. But really, all the fabric for the front, you will use almost every piece of this in it. But it's a really nice way of framing your flower. And because these flowers are bigger than the bird of the month, they work even better. So you start off by you cut all these strips into all the different measurements shown in the instructions. And then look, you've got the panels going around the edge. So you've got, I think, A, B, C and D around the edge. So you do that to start with. Now we're going to make that half square triangles. Now if you've never made half square triangles from these design roll strips, it's very clever. Always really impressed with how this works. So what you do is you take 2 of the strips. Now I've got the A and the C strips. You have to cut them into the right length first, which is all explained in the instructions. Place them right sides together and pin them, which is always the best thing. You have to cut them first because these strips are also used for the sort of the borders as well. So you have to cut them to exactly the right length to make it work properly. So I'm going to, these pins have got needles in as well. Okay. I just have to move those out of the way. Remember, these flower of the months are very popular, so please do check out of them. Okay, making sure I was on the right pedal. So you sew them together, place 2 right sides together. Now you could use this technique with any of these sort of design roll strips. But obviously it works really well because all of our flower of the month and our bird of the month have these strips. So these are quite long. You have to sew with a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way down one side. Try and keep this accurate because it's important, so otherwise your seam lines won't be straight when you cut them apart. Right, and then you sew down the other side. Not across the bottoms, just the 2 long sides. Just make sure, follow on your foot plate where the 1/4 inch seam allowance is. which I'm doing here, because I've got the 1/4 inches on the bobbin plate all the way along. Right, there we go. Now, what I like to do is this. Oh, let me just. Is it plugged in? Is it plugged in? No. Sorry, I've just disappeared because I'm back. Sorry, I was plugging the iron in. Just disappeared. I couldn't work out if it was plugged in or not. Now, whenever I sew, I always press first. Particularly when you're doing precise cutting, it's really important. When you're cutting out later, that you press, because look, if you look at this where I've sewn it, it's all slightly wibbly. That's the technical term. No, it helps to get a precise finish. And I mean, we all sew in different ways. No way is right or wrong, but I find that if I spend a bit more time pressing and pinning and sewing, I get a more precise finish, and I hate unpicking. So do that to start with. Now, what you need to do now is take any ruler, rotary ruler, it doesn't matter which one as long as it's got markings on it. I've just used a little one because that's the one I had. And then you use something like, I've used quilter's tape here, but you could use masking tape or washi tape, anything like that. And you have to mark from the 2.5 inch mark on one side to the 2.5 inch mark on the other side, and you just put tape across there. So use something that you'll be able to get off again. And remember, you know, it's got to go on the edge of the two. All the details of this and photos are in the instructions, but you need to mark from one 2.5 inch point to the other 2.5 inch point. Then you take your joined together strips, and you need a rotary cutter, and place the 2.5 inch mark. So you've got to remember which, because obviously it's, you mark on there, so remember it's the top of this line. On the seam line, let's make that a bit straighter so you can see. Okay, so make sure that line is on that seam line. Then you cut along it. Move that away. And then you need to turn this around because you're not supposed to cut towards yourself. Make sure that's on the seam line, not the bottom, and then cut the other way. Okay, that's one little square. Then when you come to cut the next one, is that lined up? Okay. Place the line, the 2.5 inch line, on the top seam line, so you're not wasting anything, and then cut along here. Now, if you've got a rotating cutting mat, it's even easier because you can turn it round rather than having to turn yourself round. Then, when you come to do the third one, you can't line it up there. You have to lose a little bit because it's important that this line matches up with that seam line. So again, cut that way, and you can turn around and cut that way. So that bit's waste. But you just keep doing this all the way along the whole piece. And you have to cut 12 of these. There we go, yeah. And cut that way. So you just do this all the way along. I mean, I'll just finish this one because I've done it with some others to show you what you do next. And you cut that way, and then just cut that bit off. So let's take the iron now, and then we'll show you how this works. So again, important to press these. Take your ironing mat. So you will have cut, I haven't cut 12 of those just to save a bit of time, but you'll cut 12 of those. So you join one set of strips and you cut 12 and another set of strips. Now open these out and always press them towards the darker fabric. I mean, these two are very similar, just so it doesn't really matter too much, but by pressing them towards the darker one, at least all facing the same way, press them towards the darker way and on the wrong side, and then turn them over and press them on the right side, because sometimes when you press them over to one side, you get a little fold there if you haven't pressed it really hard. So do that with all of them. Press the seam first to flatten it, because honestly, you will get a better finish if you flatten your seam before you press it. Now, the reason it's best to press these to one side rather than pressing them open is because obviously you have got a continuous seam because you've cut along in the centre of a seam. If you press them open, then that seam can come undone. Some quilters prefer to always press open, some press one side, and it doesn't really matter except for when you're cutting on a continuous seam. When you press, this is holding the seam flat. If I press that open, that's now making the seam less stable so it can come undone. So it is best to press it to one side. So there's just a few of them. It doesn't take long. You just get into the swing of it. You can press them from the right side or the wrong side, but just do it, even if you press them from the right side, just go over to the other side to just make sure it's completely flat. And one more. One more. There we go. Wrong side, right side. So that's all of those pressed open. Actually, just turn it over, can't I? Magic. Now, what you need to do is you've got to trim these. Now, they will be pretty much exactly 2.5 inches square because of the way that you've marked this, but they will be off slightly. Now, whenever, just because of the sewing and the pressing, now, whenever you are trimming a half square triangle, put the, you turn it around, put the diagonal line. Most rotary cutters will have that 45-degree angle line. So even if you were using, let me get a bigger one. Even if you were using this bigger one, that 45-degree angle line will be on there. And always line that up, because once you sew and you press, you know, you're not, if you haven't pressed it exactly, it'll be slightly off. So you can use that one, or I'll use this bigger one. So line up the 45-degree. Helps if you do it in the right place, doesn't it? Line along there. Now, as you can see, this is pretty much 2.5 inches square anyway, but you're just needing to trim it because you've got these little ears and you need to trim those off like this, but you might just want to be able to trim it exactly. But you can use that's just one. I'll show you one. Let me show you another one. You can use the little ruler as well. Just make sure you get the line. Oops. You can see it is pretty much your 2.5 inches. But sometimes what you'll find is you just need to trim it just to get, no, it's much easier because we're going to join them together in a minute. It's much easier to join them together if the edges are nice and straight. Once you've lined up that one diagonal line, then that will be running through the centre. I mean, normally you'll find when you do half square triangles, you're trimming off more than this, but because this is like a really efficient way of doing half square triangles with design roll strips, you're not trimming off much at all. So that's those set. Now, what I did was, because I told you had to do 2 sets, didn't I? I did the 2 sets in the other set in advance, so I've already cut all of mine. You now need to join them together. Now, if you look at the instructions, there's a picture in here that shows you exactly the layout. In fact, I've got a photo in here of how you do it. So there's the layout of the order in which you do them to create the star. So you take the top row and just follow them. What have I done? I've got the dark and the light. So you have 3. Can you see 3 that go that way? We just move them along. 1, 2, 3. My desk is really messy now. It's like my sewing room at home. And then you have 3 that go the other way. And that creates the star sort of effect. So that's the top row. They'll all be joined together. The row and the bottom row is the same, and then the rows on the sides are used from the other pair, so the slightly lighter ones. So the ones, let me put those up there. I'll show you. I'll join them together in a minute to show you, but that's the top row. And then you have I'm going to show you the layout just so you can see what it looks like with this. Am I in the middle there? There we go. Perfect. Right, now I'm in the middle. So they go like this. It's just a better way of you being able to see how it works. Obviously, it looks like that they don't fit now, but that's because I haven't joined them together. They do fit. It's just because when I've sewed them together, they'll fit beautifully. So you have the top row that goes like that, and then the side rows, and once they're sewn together, they will fit across there once we've got rid of the seam. Then the side rows are made from the other pairs, which just are a lighter version. But what's lovely is because all of the strips are made to fit this beautifully, it's a very subtle effect. It gives you just, it's nicer than just making it into a cushion that's just got a border. It just gives you a more subtle effect. So you have 3 that go that way, and then you have 3 that go this way. I've only got 5 there. So that's the top and then the sides. So all you have to do is join together these. Place them out in the row first. It's really easy, and believe me, I know because I've unpicked them. It's really easy to get these the wrong way round, which is extremely annoying because you have to unpick them. So lay them in the order first. In the instructions, there are photos that explain and show you exactly the order to put them in. And then keep them in this order and place them on there. Now, what's lovely about this is you haven't got to do any matching up of points with this at all, because they don't join there. They just simply sit on top. And because this is why I said it's important to take the time to cut them so they're exact, because if they go off slightly or they're slightly just uneven at the edges because of the sewing and the pressing, it's not as easy. But because I've trimmed these, I know that they fit together beautifully. So again, using your 1/4 inch seam allowance, you can reverse this time. I mean, you can sew these together you can do whichever order you want. You can sew them together in pairs first, but just to get them the right way, I always come back to the table, go, right, there's those 2, and I'll put that one on there. Only because I have sewn these together in the wrong direction, because it's in order to, when you sew them all together round the edge of the cushion, it creates this star effect, as if the central flower is framed by a star. And by keeping them around the right way, so this is where you've got those 3 going that way and then those 3 going that way. Put them all of this on a row. Now, this one here, because it faces the other way, this one has got to match. So what you do is you just line them up. Because you've pressed the seams all to one side, you will feel them nesting. When I say nesting, it means that when you move them side, you can feel them sort of butting up next to each other. But to be sure, 1/4 inch down, just push a pin through the top seam and then pull that fabric away and make sure that that pin is going through the seam below. Can you see that? And it is. Sometimes it might not be, and if it's not, then take it out of the bottom one and just adjust that. So just take it out and make sure it is going through there. Push it all the way through, and that's holding that nice and tightly now, and I know that's right. And then push a pin through horizontally, and that will hold it in space. So when you're sewing these together, that's the only one. It's where you're changing direction that it's important that they match up. The others, they don't need to match the points. I'll show you in a minute what it looks like. So now that matches, and I'm just going to, then you sew all 6 together in the same way. And then you will have your flower. So if you want to make the flowers as a cushion for somebody, or even for the front of a bag if you prefer, it just gives it a nice way. It's quite a simple patchwork. You're not having to buy extra fabric for it because it's all on the panel. Press these to one side. And then if we look over in the front, just to show you how that worked. Now that point matches perfectly just by double checking with the pin and by having pressed them to one side. So that matches perfectly, and this is obviously will be in the seam allowance, because what you'll do is when you finish sewing all the way round, you have these strips. These are using the darkest fabric, the strips that go across the top, and that forms the very edge of the cushion all the way around, and it looks lovely Obviously I haven't got the whole thing here. But you see that will be in the centre there. And then you have the border strip round the edge. And look how well that blends together with the main panel once you've done it all. Anyway, all you need. So the most popular thing in our hour have been the 40s. Nearly dropped the iron. It's the 40 squares. I mean, they are beautiful though, aren't they? There's a picture of it all there. Miniature versions of the flowers, £12.99. They're lovely. We are very limited on these, and there are a lot of you multi-buying. So if you do want the charm packs, you need to pop them in your basket and check out as well. What did you want to go through finally, Paul? The flower pots. Finally, the flower pots. So we've got terracotta. Now in the kit you get full colour with walkthrough photos, everything you need to know of how to make them, and the printed panel with all of these pieces on that you just have to cut round the edge and sew together. All the seam allowances include. Really, really simple. So you've got the terracotta doorstop, like that, you little room, and it's got a hole in the bottom, and soil, real soil in the front, and then you've got flowers. Now if you look at the insides of the flowers, they've all got like little yellow stamens. You've got inner petals and outer petals, so you get that real sort of 3D effect. And there aren't sticks or anything here, they're just stuffed. So you get the bigger flower pot, which you can use as a doorstop, and then also on the panel is the baby one, which you can use as a little doorstop or as a table decoration. Or the other one is the blue china one. There's the big one, and this one has got orange and yellow flowers. See, look, they look like that. And the little one as well, slightly darker blue to make it a little bit different. More like tulips, this one. So you just have to choose terracotta, or this one is the blue china one. Marvellous. Cool. So thank you for joining me for the flower of the month and flowery. It was a flowery hour. We've got Jules coming back with embroidery. So not only is she going to show us how to make and embroider this beautiful purse, but she's going to show us how you attach one of these clasp frames to a purse. We've got fabric kits and embroidery thread and the book with all the instructions to make them, and all the purse frames I know, which are always massively popular with you. So I think you're going to love the next hour. So go and put the kettle on and come back and join me in 2 or 3 minutes with Jules and her embroidered purses. Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. and then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it, so now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi and welcome back to Sewing Street. It is the embroidered purse hour. Oh, look, my hair's gone a bit funny. Loads of interest in this. I know lots of you really enjoy making these little purses. We've got them in different colours as well. And love embroidery too. And one of the things that people think, oh, I don't know how to put the purse class. So Jules is going to show us all of that. Now, we've got different kits and fabrics and different things, but to start with, you need the book. If you want the design, you need the book. It's called Simply Stitch with Embroidery. Create artful motifs for purses and more. It is a beautiful book, really beautiful. It's got lots of really nice ideas and motifs. Aren't those gorgeous? Really stunning, aren't they? I love the way you've got these beautiful flowers and just in these tiny little, and that one's in a teapot. Aren't they lovely? I like the photography. I mean, it shows you it's a real quality book, doesn't it? With the photography, it's got all different size purse frames and then beautiful designs. Very simple, really, but it's the choice of sort of the colours and the stitching, and it's very, very instructional. It's very easy to see how to do it. I mean, look at that. That's sort of something you would buy in a very high-end boutique shop. The feather purse is beautiful, isn't it? I like these where they've used like a tiny purse frame, but made it bigger. There's lots of different ways of doing it. Botanical flowers. That's so simple, isn't it? That looks like a sort of an all over, like almost like the fabric has been printed like that, but you actually embroider that on. A nice long one. This one here is the one that we're going to be doing, well, Jules, no, we, the royal we in behalf of Jules, will be doing in today's show. It's really pretty. Butterflies and flowers. It's a very sort of classic country design, isn't it? Oh, look at Woodland Holiday. Lemons. That's lovely, isn't it? I like that one. That's very unusual to have a purse covered in beetroot. I like the lemons one. Cats, always nice. And this one's really sweet, isn't it? It's like a little family. You could change the colours and the people in the order they're in so that they could be your family. Spring Meadow. Love the flamingo. So that's in the book. In the book as well is at the back are all the templates. This is what they look like when you take them out. These have come from another book. You need all of the full-size templates. That's massive, isn't it? That's the purse that Jules is going to be doing. And then on the other side, so this is the one thing that people struggle with purses, is knowing how to cut it and how to fit it. But they have all the templates of the sizes, and where you cut it all is already done for you, so you don't need to worry about that. So everything is in that. Now, kits to make these. So we've got kit number 1, which has got the like aubergine colour fabric in it. Aqua, no, so that's not this one. One moment. Paul's got the kits and the codes, and we've got them all. This one is aqua. So in this kit, you get 1/2 metre. No, it says fat quarter, not 1/2 metre. Sorry, a fat quarter. It's beautiful fabric. This. It's a linen fabric, and look, it's been specially chosen for this because it's a heavier weight than your normal cotton, which is what you need for these bags. If I scrunch it together, you can see it's slightly heavier, and it's got a really nice slobby texture to it. In this kind of, it's like a duck egg blue, but it is perfect for this embroidery. So you get a fat quarter of the aqua and a fat quarter of the cream, but don't they go together really well? Very subtle colours. Oh, and that is the one that Jules has got for her example. Would you like to see what it looks like when it's stitched? If you show Jules. There we go. That's what that kit looks like when it's sewn. You also get the bag clasp, exactly the clasp in the size and the colour that you need to create that little bag, and you get the stranded cotton, 3 greys and a orangey rusty colour. The next one is this one that's on screen. So you get a fat quarter of the cream. Has it come up yet? Lavender, yes. Fat quarter of the cream and a fat quarter of the lavender, which isn't really lavender. I'd say it's pale aubergine. Sort of a purpley colour, isn't it? Rather than lavender. Anyway, and you get the stranded cotton that you need, 3 skeins of that there, and the bag clasp, more importantly, all of that. So that's that one. The next one is, I'm going to wait to see which one Paul says, dark grey. I think that's this one. Again, you get a fat quarter of the cream, a fat quarter of the dark grey, which is a sort of a browny grey. You get the purse clasp, and you get the stranded cotton. £15.99. That's amazing value for money, because you get the fabric for the lining and the outer and the clasp and the stranded cotton. And then the final choice, because there's 4 colourways you need to choose from, you've got navy, fat quarter of navy, fat quarter of navy, fat quarter of cream, the gold bag clasp, which is exactly the size you need, and 4 skeins of stranded cotton, which is the orangey colour, and then the sort of silvery grey colour. So those are all the bundle kits you need, and that will make the whole thing. Obviously, you do need the book as well in order to create it. Now, if you like this fabric and you'd like to use it for other embroidery projects, it is lovely. We have put it together in some bundles for you. So we've got one bundle, fat quarter for each of these. Oh, hang on a minute. This is the 7-piece one. So this is all of them. Yeah? So we've got, yeah, that's all of them. Must be 7. Pale pink. So £20 and 96 pence, you get 7 fat quarters, this beautiful linen fabric. So you've got pale pink, aqua, lavender, the sort of grey, but it is a browny grey, a darker aqua, a navy, and cream. I mean, and this, honestly, well, we have used it for lots of things. Very nice. We've made lots of toys with it as well, but it is absolutely perfect for embroidery because it has that weight to it. It's really good for free motion embroidery as well because you need a little bit of extra weight to be able to do it, but it is beautiful. And it is wider than your normal fabric, so it's bigger than a normal fat quarter. So if you want 7 fat quarters of this linen, doesn't it go together beautifully? If you wanted to do an embroidered quilt, it would look fantastic together. The colours go really well. But if you like the bag clasps, always, always, always popular. We have got the triple whammy, 3 of them. They are 180 millimetres, which is the measurement from here to here, so 18 centimetres. We've got the gold, the silver, and the black, which is more like a sort of a pewter black. Look at that. Nickel and nickel black. Well, they're not. It's like a pewtery colour black and a silver and a gold, which is quite a rose gold colour. That's amazing. £12.99. Amazing value for money. Okay. And we also have the other tools that you need. You might need. Yeah, sorry. Paul's making me wait. Singly. Singly as well. So you can have the nickel bag clasp, show it that way, £4.39. Have we only got that colourway? And then we also have the black one. We don't have the gold one, but basically we have the silver one or the black one, but we singly, if you want them just on their own. The only way you can get hold of the gold one is that they're in the kits. Okay. Now, we've also got glue. You'll need that for putting the bag together. This is textile glue. Perfect for things like bag frames, or it is specially made for sewing, for sticking fabric together. So this is perfect, not just for bag making, but all sorts of things. £5.99, really useful addition to your sewing kit. Textile glue. Pliers, which useful for things like bag making, but also for any, when you've got to put open little jump rings or clasps. Flat nose pliers, perfect. You can use these for putting the clasps on as well. Tailor's awl. The tailor's awl for making holes.
And also for stuffing things into
and for
bits.
Stuffing things in. And for pushing corners out. Very useful. It's all you need. This is all you need. It's just what it's again. It's a really little inexpensive tool, but really useful for that. For making holes and poking out corners. Friction pens, very good for marking. I talked about those in 8. I think I was talking about them even 8 o'clock. And our 9 o'clock. We talked about them on the aprons as well. Will iron out with heat from most fabrics. That's the black one. Fine. And finally, tracing paper, which you might need for tracing the patterns. If you want to trace the patterns from the book and not cut them out, tracing paper. Because, and also for tracing the embroidery designs and to transfer the design from the fabric from the book onto the fabric, because it is quite a textured fabric. This is quite a useful, it's called Checo paper, but it has like an inky chalk on one side and you press on the other for using that. So, very useful for transferring embroidery. So, welcome back, Jules.
Thank you.
What did you like about the book?
I like the fact that there's some quirky designs in that. You know, you saw the
Yes.
feathers.
Yes, I love
I've got my
the
eye on
feathers.
doing the feathers. But
Okay.
it's really nice. This material, we always use this fabric, or I've always used this fabric when we use an embroidered design, and it just is so nice with those patterns because they're a little bit more quirky. They want that slightly kind of boho look really with them. So
I
it's
think
really
they
nice.
look gorgeous. I mean, because the texture of the fabric really shows through,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah,
But it has
it
a
does.
nice weight to it
Yeah.
without being stiff. It's really strange, isn't it?
And it's really nice because it talks you through each section. So say, for example, you only wanted to do embroidery and you weren't bothered about any of the other bits. So there's a section with the embroidery. There's a section with the bag making section.
So you don't have to make it into a bag if you don't want to.
No, you could make it into other stuff if you wanted to. And like you were saying, you could get the 7-piece bundle and make it into like a little family quilt, maybe put those little people on it.
It's
and
gorgeous, isn't it? And the colours are very soft and gentle, aren't they?
no, it's really nice. The other thing about those fat quarters, they're not really a fat quarter.
Well,
they're
so
huge.
They're quite wide, aren't they?
So you can get 2 of the pieces that you need to use for the bag.
What size are that?
Out of that.
Because it's a wider than normal fabric, it's really big, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So you can get 2 bags out of your kit.
Oh,
so you might want to get another bag frame.
Yeah, you'd need another frame, but you'd have enough fabric and thread to make 2. You just need to get another clasp.
And you could even do, there are some dimensions for smaller purses in there as well. So you obviously you could use the scraps up for that. And the embroidery thread that you've got plenty.
So you just need to get another clasp, but then you can make 2 bags.
Yeah. Okay. So first thing, I thought I'd go through how to transfer your patterns first of all, and do a couple of the embroidery stitches that we used on this, and then I'd concentrate a little bit more on putting the bag together.
Yes, because I think that's something that people often are a bit worried about, isn't it?
Yeah. So first of all, if you've not transferred a pattern before, what I would do, you've got your pattern sheet.
Yes.
I like to copy it in some shape or form, and you'll need to use this area as your bag template. So the easiest way for me to have done it was photocopied, but you might want to do it on freezer paper or you might want to do it some other way. So get your design and make sure that you've got the shaping, because obviously that's the important bit.
very important because it says like insert metal clasp here and
So make sure you've got that down as well. Then you cut out your fabric. So you'll want 1 piece for the outer and 1 piece for the lining. So I've already kind of prepped ahead, but you'll have, I did the lighter fabric as the lining and then the darker fabric as the outer. But you could do 1 bag one way and 1 bag the other way. It's entirely up to you. But that's the way that we did it. So the insides of this is the lighter fabric.
Oh, that looks lovely.
Ignore all of the the stuffing just to make it stand up. But so you'll get, it's 11 3/4 or 30 centimetres square, and kind of cut it into a square, but don't be too worried about it really. And then what you'll do is you'll transfer the shape onto, so use your friction pen and just draw around the outside. And then flip it over and draw around it again. A tip,
oh, so it's 1 piece.
Yeah.
Right.
A tip is to put your centre line in as just a straight line across your fabric first. So judge whereabouts it is in half, put a straight line across there, and then butt up your pattern to that so it keeps it in line.
It's quite nice in the book actually that it uses your design as the example.
Yes.
The one that you're doing to make it. So from it's showing you how to insert the purse, it's using this design.
Yeah, I think that's probably, that was engineered.
Oh, right. That's quite
but yeah, no, it's really useful. It's really useful to do that. And then what you'll do is you'll transfer your pattern. So whether you use a light box and the friction pen, or if you use the dressmaker's carbon.
Oh, the carbon, yes, okay.
What you'd do then is you'd actually put the carbon, have the fabric, put the carbon, then put your pattern on top. So I'd have my pattern on top here, and I would draw around. You can either use a tracing wheel, or you can use a pen that's not switched on, if you know what I mean.
A run out pen.
Or one that's not got the ink coming out of it. You just want a surface, you don't want a point to go around. So mark all your positioning on there. I used wash away for this one. I did find though when I used the wash away that it made the fabric quite stiff. So just decide on what you're liking to have, and then just copy your design down as you normally would. You can either just do it one-sided, which I've done here, or you could do it two-sided, which they've done in the book. It's entirely up to you. It's entirely up to you how much
And you could
sewing.
put a different design, because you've got the whole book.
Yeah.
You could put people on the back.
Yeah, you could. Or you could just, you could do the main ones on the front and then just put little butterflies on the back. You could do it either way. So once you've done that, then you need to also do a running stitch, just any cotton that you can see, and just do a running stitch around your perimeter. And what I've done is I've worked, so this is the front of my work. I've done small stitches on the front and bigger stitches on the back, because when I come to put it together, that's the side that I want to be sewing on.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So it's just to remind you.
Yeah. So I thought what I'd do first of all is go through some of the embroidery stitches that you might want to use on here.
Okay.
And what they've done is they have, on one of the pages, page 79 for this particular design, which I then kind of copied out again, but they have put down what kind of stitch it is, what your colour will be, and how many strands you'll need. So the main part is in 2 strands, but then if you look here, this French knot here has got 4 strands, or the stem stitch that goes up has got 4 strands. So it guides you through what's what. The other thing as well, you can see the colour variations from the book. So it gives you the embroidery floss number. But what I did was I used the orange for the butterflies, and then the grey where this has got cream. So I just made a note to myself, because
you can change.
Sometimes I'll forget what I'm doing.
So the light you've got, I like that.
Yes, I'm going to use this now and show you what's what. So I don't know if you've experienced this before. It fits on the table with a clamp, so it's nice and firm, and then it just slots in and attaches. It's got like a little extension. It attaches to your plug.
And it is available on split pay, so it's £137.99. But if you want to just make it an easier way to pay, you can do it across 2 months, £68.99 now, £68.99 in another month's time, but we will send it to you straight away. It is amazing, isn't it?
You've got a really lovely magnifier that's on there. And the other thing which is really cool is you have 3 light settings and 3 intensity settings. So if you have a look, the little eye that's on here, that's the type of light. So you can see immediately, that's a normal light. So that's the light that you would have from your indoor overhead light. Is that, you can see that okay
Might need to
there.
turn it angle a bit.
There we go.
That's better.
That's probably better. And then if we go again, oops, I'm at the wrong angle now, aren't I? She says. Sorry, I'm at the wrong angle to angle it. There we are. So that's another variation. And one's a more blue light and one's a more, so that's a blue light.
Yeah.
So that's your normal
Put it
light.
over
And
the,
then,
actually, if you put it over the fabric, we can look at it overhead.
can you see it over the fabric?
See that colour variation a bit better.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go.
There we go. So yellow light, and then
If you can flatten it out a bit, look at the. That's it.
get the cack-handed guest to do this.
Well, it's difficult because you're trying to do it from ahead.
Right. So this is the one that I would normally use if I was colour matching. This is a daylight one.
Then you can see what colours.
And you can see the true colour on there. And then you've got 3 light setting intensities. So you can see it's gone down and then back to bright again. So evening and then sort of midday.
2,700 Kelvin.
Excellent. Lots of energy on there. So it's fab. So I really like that. And it means that obviously if you are visually challenged or just want it a little bit bigger, then you've got that all coming nicely in front of you.
Yeah, so show us how it, on your stitching. I think you still need to you need to horizontal it a bit.
Horizontalise. There
yes.
we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so if I've gone up and
7
horizontal.
inches, that is. 7-inch glass lens. That's a really nice size.
And you know, the bigger you make a lens, the more distortion you get. This, you don't get distortion on it. Look, you can see, right, you can see all my nice wrinkles right from the edge to the centre. So it's a really nice, when it says 7 inches or 7.5 inches, it means it from spread to spread.
Right.
So it's a really
how does
useful.
it show the embroidery? That...
So if you were looking at the fabric now, which is really good because then I can show you exactly what I mean. So the first thing that I was going to do was I was just going to show you the outline stitch. So if you remember before, with the outline stitch, you come up and then you go...
This is great. We should use this on air all the time because you can really see.
Yeah, you go down and then halfway back, so you'd have your line that you'd be going along. I haven't got one there, but you'd have your line you'd be going on. Push everything up to the top, so your leading thread's gone up to the top, down and back again. And this is what we use for the stems. So this is called the outline stitch. As I say, there is a stitch guide in there for you. So you carry on doing that. And then we'll also do, there's a lazy daisy. So with the lazy daisy, you want to, I'll just go down a bit further up here. You come up through the work. And then you'll also go down through the same hole, but hold this loop that you've got here. So go down through the same hole. And then just gently pull it. Don't pull it all the way through yet. Then if you want a nice teardrop, you go to the end where the teardrop end would be. And then just gently pull it so that you've got a shape there, a petal shape. And then seal that petal shape in by making like a little locking stitch at the end. So that's your lazy daisy, and the lazy daisy you would use in this area here.
It makes such a difference though, doesn't it? I have special embroidery glasses which are stronger than my normal ones, but then I can't see anything else when I look up.
No.
And then my eyes go a bit funny.
Yeah.
But
this is perfect. This is brilliant.
But those are, that's just much better. And also, you know, so you can look up and see. I mean, I just have to go a bit squiffy then because my normal glasses aren't strong enough, but you can really see.
And because you've got it on a long arm that's angled, you can put it where you like. So I could be sitting on the end of the sofa and still have this available to me. Or I could be over a table and have it available.
And it's quite good also, you can just have the light if you put the lid on, can't you?
Yes.
If you don't want to have the magnification.
Yeah, you can. And obviously everything just then
goes
straight down.
Whatever time of year, when it gets sort of darker and you're sitting in the sun and you're doing a bit of embroidery, just to be able to see.
Yeah, perfect.
It's quite a difference.
The last stitch that's on there as well is the French knot. So just come up through your work, and then when we're doing a French knot, you need one turn of your thread and then back down through the very close to the first stitch that you came up. Push it through.
Need to move.
Oops, sorry, have I just moved out the focus? Sorry, there you go. So, and then hold this end here, pulling it through and through and through, and there's your knot. So, up, go up your thread, make a twist, and then down, very close to the first stitch that you went up. Pull it all the way through whilst holding this thread here. And then just pull it, I let go too soon, pull it through.
Perfect.
So those are the stitches that you would use, and this is perfect. You know, I was stitching late on, so this kind of thing is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Just to be able to see it when you know, and to get it into the right place, because when you're trying to follow a drawn line and you want it to be perfect.
And also, the other thing about this is that don't think it's just for evening use. So you can use it in the daytime, you just remove the intensity. So have it slightly lighter and you've still got the magnification going on there.
Yeah.
So
and it's lovely that you can, you know, like you say, clamp it somewhere else, but just move it.
Angle
to
it
the right
over
place.
and do what you need to do.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay.
So those are your stitches. I didn't think we'd spend too long on the stitches because you have seen that sort of stuff before, and you can choose different stitches that you would do.
Well, you can adapt it as you go along anyway, because I think sometimes you sort of start with one stitch and then you think, oh no, I'm going to change that.
Yeah, I want something different, yeah. So let's switch you off and put your top back on.
This is a lovely book.
Okay, so the next stage...
It's got flamingos.
Yeah,
It's got
flamingos. They're quite popular.
I love the flamingos.
So the next thing that you would do...
Look. It's got flamingos.
Next time we'll make you one with flamingos.
Can we do flamingos? No, I love
Flamingos
the
next
flamingos.
time.
And the lemons.
Flamingo lemons. So you want the front of your work. Now you'll have done your whatever embroidery you're going to do.
You
on
don't
it, so
embroider
you've done-
all your pattern,
Yeah.
whether it's beetroot or flamingos.
So you then turn it over. I've just realised I put the machine away, but it doesn't matter. So you would then stitch just inside this line here. And you're going to stitch all the way around. So you're actually mimicking this outline and going all the way around your purse shape. Just a normal running stitch on your machine is absolutely fine. I've just realised I put the machine away because I put the lamp out, but it's fine because I've already sewn something. So when you've finished with that, leave a little turning gap, and the turning gap that you'll leave is at the top of the purse or whichever
Yes,
side.
they're both
it's here.
tops, aren't they?
Yeah, the
Okay.
tops of the purse. So you leave your turning gap, and then you'll have stitched all the way round. Once you've finished stitching, so obviously don't do it like I'm doing it now. So imagine that the pins are where I've stitched it.
And it's just inside that trace line.
Just inside the trace line, so that you can pull that trace line out. So once you've stitched around, pull the trace line out, because what you then don't want is for that to be inside and you can't get it out because you've done it in a brighter thread, haven't you? The next thing that you'll do is you'll need to trim down the outside. So you've got plenty of area to trim it, but the way that you'll trim it is if you go about 1/4 of an inch and then just trim around.
Okay.
And I'll just go straight up there. This is a curve at the top, so curve it so it reminds you that it's a curve. And then when you get to here, trim in. These are nice because they've got a nice point, they're sharp to the point. And then remove that flap. So this is going to be where your hinge of your bag is. So just be a little bit careful, don't be too overzealous about trimming this. So the next thing you want to do is to cut in towards the corner to about 1/8 of an inch. So nice pair of scissors where you've got the snips right to the end.
Yeah.
So you want to trim to there, and then you'll trim these pieces off. And the reason you're doing so much trimming is when you've turned it through, it's going to be this area here that I'm trimming down
where
now.
you don't want the bulb.
You just want to have it nice and smooth. So trim that off, and then don't forget, oops, this here is a curve. So what we do with curves is we just do a few little snips around the curve to make sure it settles nicely. Okay, so imagine I have sewn mine, I've sewn to here, and then I'm going to be turning the whole lot through. So turn the whole lot through, push all your corners out. So we'll use the awl to just make sure that we've got right into these corner pieces here.
Oh, okay.
Push it all out and flat.
It is one of those tools, isn't it, that you end up using for lots of different things.
Yeah.
It's quite good for holding seam allowances flat when you go through the machine.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, that
So
sort of thing. I mean, I didn't have an awl, so I've used my skewer.
But if you'd had
But
an awl,
if I'd had an awl,
had an
yes,
awl.
I didn't get one sent through to me in time. But that would have been perfect because this is just a little bit too pointy, a bit too big. So you want to just kind of push out all of these corners. Then the next thing that you'll do is where you've turned through, iron it nice and flat, and then just do a top stitch on both of the tops.
Okay.
So everything, so that's what it'll look like now. So we've sewn all the way around, we've turned it through. Imagine that I've got whatever embroidery I've got either
Yes.
side there. This was my piece here, so as flat as you can.
So it's nice and flat now, isn't it?
So that's turned you through, ironed it down. You don't need to do any more top stitching, you just need to have sealed the edge, and that gives that a little bit of firmness, if you like. The next thing that you'll do is to form the bag. So this is where we're going to join the sides together. So I wanted to show you this because you might not have done this kind of thing before. You need to use a whip stitch, which is just an over and over and over stitch. And you need to do it on the outside of the bag. So if you line up your piece, so we're going to go and sew this straight edge down to form the edge of the bag here. And then we're going to box the corner to form this piece here. But you don't sew all the way through it, you only sew the outer of the bag.
Right.
So if
You've
you
got 15 minutes, Paul said to tell you.
Okie dokie. So if you line it up and then just, when you're whip stitching.
Okay, so you're just sewing through the cream.
No,
Oh,
just
the
sewing through
lining.
the aubergine.
Right.
I'm sewing through the outer.
Ah, no, I can see now.
I'm not touching the cream at all.
So although you've got the lining side out, you sew through just the outer.
Which is really odd.
That's why I was confused.
It's counterintuitive to what you expect to do.
Yes, because normally you'd be expecting you lining side out, sewing through the linings.
Yeah. So it's just worth pointing that out for you. So literally, I mean, you would have a thread that was matching. I'm not matching the thread, just so you can see what I'm about, really. And you go all the way down here. And if you want to do a couple of locking stitches, so if you've done any English paper piecing, this is what you do when you sew your hexes together.
There is a very clear diagram in this
There
book,
is.
though. I'm looking at it. It shows you exactly
what
that you are sewing the outer from the
together.
inside. Look at that picture. It's a good book. I love this book. I think I might have to keep this one.
Another one falling into your basket.
Another one, yes. So when I walk out with the apron on and the book in my pocket...
I'm afraid it's not a big enough pocket, unfortunately.
It isn't. I might have to undo that central line to get the book inside. But it is
not a shoplifter's apron, is it?
Because putting these purse frames is something that you think, I can't do it. But it really shows you how to do it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. And you'll see it is not as horrendous as you might have expected. And you'll be wanting to buy more of those purse frames because you'll be making everything into a purse. I like the fact it says
red thread is used here for visual clarity.
Yeah. So I mean, white thread is used here for
visual clarity. Could you please use that saying from now on?
Yes.
Used here for visual
clarity. So got to the end there. So that's formed that seam. Now I would just make sure, just run your finger inside to make sure that you've not got any gaps. Then you're going to box the bottom.
Open the side seams.
And there we go.
And align with the bottom fold.
And then you're going to do the whip stitch just again across.
Is this American, this book? They've spelled knighted in the American version.
I would imagine that it's got American influence.
It's Japanese, actually.
But then they usually get translated American translations, don't they?
Yes.
So if you find colour, is colour spelt with a U or not? Because colour is the...
Yeah, no U.
No U. But we don't mind.
No.
We'll accept from across the pond.
We'll allow that. We know what it means.
So I've gone up one side and then I'll just wiggle back through and come down the other. So, I mean, it doesn't take you long. You take a little bit longer than I'm taking, obviously.
I suppose, because I was thinking, normally when you line a bag, you do the outer and then the lining and then you put them together, but you can't do that with this. So that's why you have to sew it this way.
Yeah. And actually, when you think about it, the lining then becomes, it's not so bulky around the bottom pieces because you haven't got that big seam, but also it kind of sits together. So when you've got the bag kind of,
yes, once it's folded in,
against each
whereas
other,
if you sewed it together, it probably wouldn't.
No. So finish that
They've
off.
obviously thought this through.
They had a plan.
They've obviously made a few of these.
Not just
imagine
knocked it up.
after 10 of these, you'd have gone, do you know what, I'm going to whip stitch
I'm going to do this. I'll do it differently next time.
Yeah, I'll do it differently next time.
All
How
right,
many
so
times have you done that?
that's your kind of Percy effect. So that's kind of, you think, right, okay. So that's what it's going to look like. So now we'll get on to the frame.
You could use your lamp for putting the frame in as well when it gets a bit
could.
tricky, couldn't you?
The nice thing about these frames is if you decided you didn't want to glue, I glued and stitched. But if you decided you didn't want to glue, then you don't necessarily have to. It's a different type of frame from the one that they use in the book.
Right.
So the one that they use in the book hasn't got your holes around it. It's just literally like that.
Oh,
both
it's a plain,
sides.
an unhold frame. I like the idea that it has holes because I would just worry. If the glue came out, I would lose all my money.
Yes, exactly. And if you know what we're like when we've got bags, it's not going to just be a little few things in there, is it? Because it's going to be like, how much can I get in there?
How much can I get in here?
I could probably take my phone and everything else in there. Yeah.
And then I would worry that you'd be on the bus, ping,
and the bottom drops out.
Yes. So I'm liking the idea that you can sew it.
So the first thing that you would do is decide whether you were going to use the glue or not. I would do belt and braces. I would use the glue and also stitch it in. But what I would do before you get anywhere with any glue is just have it in your own mind how it's going to fit together.
Yes.
So your handles are pretty much in the centre. Mark your centre if you want to, or just kind of eyeball it. Then if you imagine, so this is the bag. That's going to be how it fits in.
Yeah.
So open it out and that's how it fits in. Do you see what I mean?
And
so
see if it makes sure you know what you're doing. I think us sewers are a bit afraid of glue, aren't we?
Yeah, I think, well, partly because, I mean, I don't want to open this glue simply because it'd be all over the desk.
Yeah, that's true.
When I did it at home, I had lots of paper towels.
I know, we're afraid of glue.
So this is where your awl comes into it.
Yes,
you would.
Again.
So you want your fabric to fit into this channel. So if you just ease it in, and then you can just check fitting wise how it's all going to go in.
Yeah, because you don't want to be checking this and positioning this when it's all covered in glue.
When it's got glue. Just how it all goes in and kind of where it's going to go round and kind of how it fits down to the bottom. And it's not staining because I haven't started sewing it in or anything like that. But what I would do is check it all where you want it to be. Sit it all in.
I guess you could you put marks on as well?
You could put marks on it.
You know, like you do with your invisible zip.
Yeah, you could.
And then I suppose you have to glue, don't you, really? Because would it be hard to sew without glue?
No.
Okay.
No, because the next thing that we're going to do is where I've got it, right, that's where I want it. So only do one side at a time. If you're going to use glue, now this glue is brilliant because it's not really that wet when you're putting it in. So you put your glue in, then you leave it to cure. So you put your glue in and you leave it for about 5 minutes or so to kind of just go slightly off, so slightly tacky.
Right.
So it's not all over the place.
Yeah.
And then
not
you
like
can
PVA.
No. That you paint yourself.
Yeah, all of your hands.
And then you just pop it in, so it'll stay pretty much when you've got it there. And then what you'll do is you want to tack it. So the way that you'll be tacking it, get it right then. There we are. Underneath and in. So the way that you'll tack it is just take any old cotton, preferably a different colour. You don't want it to blend in. You want to see where it is so that you can take it out afterwards. Start in the middle and just, so I've gone through
the hole.
Through the hole, and I'm going over the top.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not being neat at all. I'm just making sure. So if I've got glue under here, I'm just making sure that it's pulled up so it stays where it's put.
So you go through the hole, but by wrapping it round, it pulls it.
Yeah. So I'm just, this is kind of like a whip stitch, and you don't have to go through every hole. Just go all the way round. And what I would do is just do a few more at the corner. So where this has gone into the corner. So now you've got that's secure here. I'm not afraid to pull that back out and fiddle around and get it back into the corner properly. And you have got a bit of wriggle room with your glue as well. But when you get to your corner, just kind of go over the corner and hold it in. So once you've done that, come all the way down and get down to this piece here. So this is where you've got the little ring that's going to hinge close there. So you want to go, so you've got a little split in there, so you want to go as far up to that as you can, and then just whip stitch down. Sorry, just showing you what I'm doing from the opposite side. So I'm coming down to where that, and remember I haven't got any glue in here, but it's staying in reasonably well, she says as she pushes it.
But it's quite nice that way, that you can reposition as you're going along then, can't you, and just ease it in.
So that's what it'll look like.
You've got 5 minutes
to
finish the whole purse.
Okay.
No pressure.
Not a problem.
I'm completely finished, sewn in together and filled.
Okay. Here's one I did.
Only 5 minutes, I'm sure you can do it.
So if you imagine that you've done all the way around there, so we're doing the other side now. So do one side first, get it in, whip it in, then go around to the other side and do exactly the same thing. Watch where your centre is. So your centre seam is where your hinge is in the middle.
Right.
So if I've gone across and go round again, so just whip it around. Okay, so imagine we've done that both sides, and if you close it up, you can see kind of how it's performing. So you've done all of that. The next stage is, so once that's set, maybe I would say once you've whipped it around and tacked it together, if you like, just leave it to set for maybe about 20 minutes so that you've got rid of all the glue. Because the next thing you're going to do is you're going to sew through, if you can see there, sew through the holes properly. You're going to give it a nice finish now. So this was our tack finish, so we don't really worry about that.
Yes.
You're going to give it a nice finish.
Is that like a back stitch? Or?
Yeah, well, what you'll do, get your embroidery thread, and obviously...
Oh, and I guess that gold, the goldy one that you get in your kit will go. Yeah.
The gold one, or you could use the silver if you wanted to. It just depends whether you want it to blend or be a decorative finish. The gold one is very close to the gold there. You can hardly see it really. So what you do now is start off at some point. I think I started actually by the hinge. And the reason I started by the hinge is I wanted to hide this knot that I've got on here. So if you go up between the lining and the outer, if you go up between them, and then you can...
So how many strands do you use in that?
I used 4.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to make sure,
it's nice,
again. But and also it gives quite a nice decorative finish. So on the outside, you want your stitch to be seen. On the inside, you want like a little pip stitch. So if you go through to the hole and make a stitch, then make sure when you come back through that you're angling your needle up towards the fold of the metal so that you get it as close as you possibly can to the edge. Can you see there? So as close as I can to the frame. Pull that through and then go back pretty much in the same position. Not exactly the same because you don't want it to pull through, but maybe 1 or 2 threads and then go back up through the same hole. She says, not finding the same hole, so... Sorry, doing it backwards. It'll be there. It's there.
It's like trying to sew a button on, isn't it?
There we are. So go back through the same hole and then make your next stitch. So you're coming through the next hole on the frame, all the way through, then back with a really little pip stitch and back through the same hole. There we go. So you're making, it's like a running stitch but with a locking stitch on the inside.
Okay.
And once you're happy with all of that, then that's when you would take out your the purple whip stitch that I've got on here. Sorry, I did it right for the first one. Just finding the hole. There we go. And as you go along, I mean, that looks quite nice in the silver with the aubergine, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does actually.
And that's what you do all the way around.
Okay, and then when you've gone all the way around, you can then cut it off and then...
Yeah.
And I guess there's no other finishing, is there? Because...
Well, the only other thing, and where you might want to have your pliers, so if you have this... on the one that I did, I didn't use the pliers because it wasn't far away. But if you find that the hinge is too far...
Right?
Sorry.
Perfect.
If you find that the hinge is too far away from the fabric, so supposing it would be about there, you can actually plier that together. But if you're going to plier it, then just make sure you put a fabric piece over the top so you're not bare metal to bare metal. But I didn't need to on mine.
Okay,
so
just worked fine.
Just depends. And as I say, in the book, she's used paper string to stuff up the in between. That's purely to keep it firm. So because you've sewn it...
Yeah, you don't need to do that. That's only if you're only gluing.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't
well, thank you very much, Jules. That was brilliant.
Right. Hopefully
that's taken the mystery out of frames. I might have to give it a go. Well, I'm going to pinch the book, then I'll be needing that, won't I? When will you be back with us?
Next week. I'm back on the 9th.
No way.
I've got so much. Do you know what? They've sent me 4 panels. And I'm thinking, there's so much I want to do, but I don't know if I've got enough time.
I'm a little bit overexcited by how much I do. Just be realistic.
Yes. Well, what?
Hello? I know. We'll go, oh, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
Go, oh,
5 minutes lasts me 5 hours, you know that.
Well, look forward to seeing you next week. And thank you so much for today. It's been great fun. Thank you for the apron, which I am still loving.
You're very welcome.
Still loving the apron.
It was mine to give, wasn't it?
Yes, and it's mine to keep now. I think it suits my dress very well. It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely apron. The aprons are still available on the website as full kits if you missed the 9 o'clock hour with Jules, just saying. Do you wonder why I'm wearing an apron? Right, so let's just go through the Simply Stitched with Embroidery book. Honestly, now I used to be, before I did this, the technical editor on Love Embroidery magazine. And this is one of the nicest embroidery books I've ever seen. Look at the quality of the projects. I'm going to... when I went through it at the beginning, I didn't show you all the beautiful designs. We had to stop. So I'm going to go from the back. Flower birds, look at that. I really like this. I love the way they've done it in the 2-tone, where they've got that one with the white and the blue and that one with the blue and the white. I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? Even if you didn't make the purses, you could just use that design on other things. It's gorgeous. Beautiful. So you need the book in order to make the purses. Now we have complete kits, which are extremely good value for money. You get, so this is the aqua. That's not the aqua. This is the aqua, and this is the one that Jules made her sample in. And you get a fat quarter of the cream, beautiful linen fabric that's the right weight for embroidery. It's lovely, and a fat quarter of the aqua. Then you get the purse, the bag clasp, and 4 skeins of stranded cotton. It's DMC as well. It's nice quality. The next one is lavender, which is the one that Jules was just doing her demonstration with, which is more of a pale aubergine, I'd say. So you get a fat quarter of cream, a fat quarter of pale aubergine, 4 skeins of stranded cotton, and the bag clasp. $15.99, bargain. The next one is dark grey. I love this one. I would say it's more of a dark chocolate grey than a grey. It's a brownie grey. But those 2 colours, so you get the cream, a fat quarter of each of the grey, beautiful. They blend really well together. On screen, it looks darker than it is. It's a much softer colour than that. Then you get the bag clasp and you get the 4 skeins of stranded cotton. And then very finally is the navy one. So you get fat quarter navy, fat quarter the cream, the bag clasp, and the 4 skeins of stranded cotton. Exactly the same. But if you like this fabric, for the first time ever, we have bundled it into 7 fat quarters. Now this is, honestly, if you do embroidery, whether it's hand or machine, or even for bag making. It's a beautiful weight, but very, I'm going to give it a shake so you can see. It's a beautiful weight, but look how flexible and soft, and the drape on it, it's beautiful. Very nice for dressmaking, actually. I think we have more people that have this bundle in their basket than have checked out. So if you do want it and it is in your basket, you do need to check out, or it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We also showed you the light today, which is fantastic. If you're like me and you have struggle seeing very, very fine things, not only does it magnify, but it also lights, but it also has daylight, which is brilliant for colour matching. I quite often have to wait, particularly if I'm choosing fabrics or embroidery thread, I have to wait till daylight to be able to get the right colour and then stand in the right room or outside. This will give you daylight, but it also magnifies. So rather than having your special embroidery glasses like I do, which are just super strong and then I can't see the telly, that is perfect because you just put it over your embroidery and then you can sew it. It's quite revolutionary. I think if you do struggle to see that, not necessarily because your eyesight's bad, but if you're doing very fine embroidery, you need that magnification to make sure that you're doing it correctly. It's perfect. It's lifesaver, you know, and I always think it's such a shame when I hear that people have said, oh, I've had to give up sewing this, or I've had to give up different crafts because I can't see anymore. Then don't. Just get yourself a magnifier lamp. £137.99. Now it is available on split pay, so if you want to make it an easier way of paying, we don't charge any interest, but it is split over 2 months. So you pay £68.99 today, and then we will send you the lamp, and then £68.99 in a month's time, and then but you have the lamp will be sent to you straight away. That's what I mean. You haven't got to wait the whole 2 months to get it. So that's Sewing Street for today, but don't go anywhere because we've got Yarn Lane. We've got Yarn Lane coming today, and it's all about needlepoint, tapestry, needlepoint, cross stitch, all in one. But you're going to love that, so please don't go anywhere. But coming up tomorrow on Sewing Street at 8 o'clock, we've got gadgets galore and gifting, the 3 Gs. 9 o'clock, got Jude Edmondson in doing the pleated cushion. At 10 o'clock, let's get outdoors, fabric for the garden. We're still outdoors, the weather's still going to hold, let's hope anyway. 11 o'clock is Patchwork Projects with Jude Edmondson, and at 12 it's the under £15 fabric bundles. Now that is always massively popular, so please do have a look on the Watch Live and make sure you get ahead with that, because that's always really, really popular. And don't forget that the prize draw will be drawn tomorrow by John, and he's going to announce the winner. So anyone who shops Saturday, Sunday and up till midnight today will be entered in the prize draw to win the colouring book with the fantastic stitching bundle all in the beehive bag. And there are 2 prizes, and that will be drawn tomorrow. And you're automatically, you don't have to do anything. If you shopped with us between Saturday morning and tonight, then you will win. You will be put into the prize draw. So Yarn Lane is up next. Now, if you're watching on the TV, you don't need to go anywhere. You will be on the same channel. However, if you're watching on the website or you're watching on Facebook, you will need to turn over to www.yarnlane.com. Works in exactly the same way. Anything that you've bought on Sewing Street today, if you've already done your postage carries across to Yarn Lane. The only difference is we have a separate website. So if you want to shop online, you do need to go onto the Yarn Lane website. I've had lots and lots of people who've been asking about needlepoint and tapestry. When are you going to do it? So go on, if you have a look now, the products are already being loaded. You can get ahead, and then I'm going to show you exactly how you do it. They are complete kits, perfect for beginners or anyone who wants to make a beautiful cushion. Anyway, I will see you back here. I'm just going to do a bit of a clear up and move from Sewing Street to Yarn Lane, and I'll see you back in just a few minutes' time.